Connected. Hi everybody, welcome into the stream. How are you doing? What's up? Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I can't say good morning anymore. Like 1 p.m. I can kind of get away with it. 5 p.m. I can't get away with it. Good morning. It's dark outside. Well, listen, it's also dark outside at like 4 a.m. So, you know, good morning. Good morning. It's morning somewhere. I feel like I'm going to keep saying good morning and just bamboozle everybody. Hi Ari, what's up? Also, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Also, 20%, which is the biggest of any one category of my audience, is American. And in America, what is morning? Happy morning, Americans. There you go. So maybe I'm just being inclusive. And all y'all Europeans who are like, oh, no, don't do that. That's on you. Get rid of your Eurocentric, Anglocentric, European point of view. 20% of your audience is wrong. I'm sorry, your time is wrong. Get better clocks, bitches. Do you know, I am surprised, nefariously, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate that. I am surprised that no one in the US, sorry Americans, love you Americans, has attempted to change the default global time. Because you know how the default global time is British time, lol. Jared, thanks for the bits, and Yola, thank you so much for the 14 months. Perry on a Saturday. Let's go. Get used to it. Anyway, from now on, I think I'm doing Saturday streams. Can I announce that yet? Yeah. Saturday streams from now on. At this time. That's what we did. Let's go. Pretty confident. Updated the Discord schedule and everything. So, let's go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Woo! Don't give Americans any ideas. SGT or Sergeant Nemo, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so wait, I was saying something. I'm surprised that Americans, love you Americans, haven't tried to change the default global time. Because I'm sorry that the global time is British time. What from, I assume, the Empire. The default global time is because you're in the UK. No. Global time is GMT. I mean, it's also default time for me because I'm in the UK, but no. Global time. Oh, thank you. I can't find my powder brush. Thank you. Hi, Cleve. I can't find my powder brush. So I'm making do with like a cotton pad, and it's not Gucci. So thank you. Wait, I got nominated for Nim's New Year's show for beating the DLC with your mind. Really? That's so much fun. Wait, how come I haven't seen this? When was this? Oh, I love Nim. He's so nice. I had the opportunity to meet him in Sweden at one point. I had dinner. It was a big dinner with lots of different people, and he was so lovely. Wait, when was this and what is this? What is this? Where am I? Huh? That's so cool. Greenwich Mean Time. Yes, Greenwich... did you say median? Greenwich Mean Time is the default global time for the world. It also happens to be British time. So, sorry. What show? Nim's New Year's. Wait. I'm Googling. That's so cool. See you later. See you later. Voting's now open. Wait. Oh, I'm so sad that I didn't even know that this was happening. I think I saw it last year. I might be making that up. Thank you for the bits box.
____ says, and GMT is located at a cool observatory on a hill in London.
Yes, it is. Adu, thank you so much for the 5 gift. That's so generous. Can we get Joel's in chat? He did do it last year. Wait, chat. Come over. Oh, come over here. That was a misclick. No way. Oh, that's so. I keep clicking on it, expecting there to be a link. Vote here. What? That's so cool. If you cast your vote, then you get a 7 TV subscription. That's fun. Or a chance for? I don't really know. Oh, so it must be in partnership with 7 TV. Is that what it literally said on the picture? I'm so excited. I'm not even looking at it properly. He did do it last year. I think I've seen it. Forehead jump scare for my unblended powder. That's crazy. Wait, what is my password? Okay. Is this another awards competition? Yeah, another one. I know. That's wild. Guys, awards, left, right, and center. What can I say? I'm just so cool. It's there's 2-factor authentication. Give me 1 second. 8-1. Start. We get it. You're rich and popular. Just popular, but having a good time. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, come with me. You can vote for your best PogChamp moment. Can I? If I skip to the next category, can I come back? I assume so. Voting for best wholesome moment. This is so cute. Aw. Best dance game moment. Don't know what that means actually, but I'm excited to find out. Best funny moment. Best gaming play. I'm not on this one. Best gaming achievement. Ah, there's me! No way! Oh, but I'm going against virtual. Oh, I'm Green Luigi. Oh, I'm so tempted to vote for him. Damn it, virtual! Get out of here! Yeah, it's not because it's competition. I mean, it is very good competition, but it's because I'm tempted to vote for him now. God damn, stealing my goddamn moment. Greg, oh my gosh, happy birthday, what's up? Wait, no, Grace, it's the 14th, right? Grace. Yes, sorry, I was so confused, but I was like Greg and Grace on the same day. Grace, thank you for coming here on your birthday. Happy birthday, guys. Can we get happy birthday, Grace, in chat? That's so amazing. Maria, thank you so much for the 33 months. Thank you. Okay, I have to vote for me, but this is a tough category because they're all so amazing. I'm so excited to watch all of these. Best unlucky moment. Scary. Rage. Creative. I love this because it's clips. You know, it's not necessarily the creators, it's the moments, which is very nice. It's different, it's unique. I mean, of course, the creators too, but you know, that makes sense. Awkward moment. Okay, I have a feeling that this is gonna win. Just cause wow. Big brain moment. Oh my god, this was incredible. I saw this. I want to watch all of them and make an informed choice. I don't want to just vote for the one that I know. But Extra Emily learning 1,000 digits of pi I saw, and that was incredible. Best timing. Best 7T emote. Chat, what's your favorite 7T emote? I'm going to poll this and we'll vote together. Because I want to vote for one of them that isn't just me. Which emote do you like? Pedro? Oh. Glorp. Aga. And Ta. Poll it. Wait, let me move the poll away from the thing so you can actually look at them. Put it over my face instead. Which emote is your favorite? Do you love a trash panda? I love Pedro. For me, it's between these two. These two. Not that I want to bias. Where is Joel, right? I think Joel gets too much airtime. Not too much airtime, I mean, everyone knows and loves Joel. It's time to give a smaller emote. An emote. Or maybe Joel didn't come out this year. Maybe these came out this year. Maybe that's what it's about. I'm trying to explain this one. I think Pedro is the clear winner. I totally agree. I would have voted for that one too. Thank you for voting in the poll. I appreciate you. Yes, go. Oh, and we get a free 7TV subscription and special chat cosmetics. And you can edit it by going around again. Okay, good to know. That's so cool. Guys, can you go vote for me? Wait, let me copy this link. I'm gonna make a... I can't believe we're doing this again. I'm so sorry. Exclamation mark vote. Vote for me to win Nim's New Year show. Thank you. Command name already exists. Well, of course it does. Because it was for the streamer awards. So I'll edit it. Okay, cool. Does that work now? No. Fuck. Wait. Okay, what about now? I gave it an alias, that's why. Ah! Okay, I actually have to get rid of the alias. I see. Okay, what about now? There we go. Grace again, happy birthday. Wait, MP got nominated for something? We'll go around. I skimmed these. I can't wait to go back and do this properly. I'm skimming. It was best fail. Oh, rip. Best fail. Zoil makes an impact at the carnival. Sorry, chat. Ah. Dude. Okay, there we go.
No. We gotta go through here?
Did he break the stairs?
Oh my god! Bro, I'm good on that. There's no way. You broke metal!
It was metal. Oh, rip.
No.
Oh. Oh, that's not good. That's not what you want. That's I think just to kind of, how do I default screen? Just to make everyone feel better about it. I want them to win. I mean, I'm excited to watch the other ones too, but we go MP. Isn't he crazy tall? Yeah, he's like 6'6" or something stupid. I don't know if that's true, but I could not, he wasn't in my peripherals when I met him, Zoil. He wasn't in my peripherals at all. He was like, I kept trying to hug him, and I had to keep trying different ways. Cause like usually when I hug someone, I put my hands over my arms over their shoulders. I couldn't reach his fucking shoulders. So that's how I started. That's the first hug when I met him properly. And then I was like, this isn't working. this isn't working. And in the end, I was like, okay, stay still. And then I tried a bunch of different hugs. And the one that works best is round the waist. It was like Uppies vibe. It wasn't a hug, it was Uppies. By the way, it said MP. Yes, the clip was of Zoil. That was Zoil in the clip, but MP was the one holding the phone and streaming. So it's MP because it's MP's clip, but Zoil is the star. So they both win if they win. It was comical when you stood next to him. Yeah. Yeah, he gave me his streamer chair for a second while I was doing the software stuff, and because of the camera angle and where the chair was, he looked perfectly normal, perfectly in frame like I do right now. Thank you so much. But when I sat down, I was like this. It was like... it was ridiculous. So I got nominated for something else. Did he now? Is it bad that oh yeah, there he is. Is it bad that I'm just voting for my friends? No, you vote for the people that you like, so that's why you're all gonna vote for me. Not that I don't like these guys. But there it is. I'm gonna go back and do my due diligence. Don't worry. I will. I absolutely will.
What you about to do? What you about to do?
A backflip.
Let me see.
Oh.
He fine.
Nah, I'm sorry, but that nigga is dead.
You have what?
So you don't just scroll through reels. Oh, rip. Oh my god. Best timing. That is so... I can't believe that happened. Nah, he dead. I can't believe that. That is so funny. All right. Okay. Oh, wow. Zoil's chat did really seem to love reels. I know. Like, okay, the whole chat demands reels all the time, where they scroll through reels and he reacts to them. It's good content, to be fair. I enjoy it a lot. But MP, who is another streamer, and they live together, comes in chat, and I did not expect this from him at all. He comes in chat while chat is demanding reels, and Zoil is saying, no, guys, please, you're all, degen, what's wrong with you? And MP puts in chat, reels or I'll kill myself. MP, the streamer, the moderator. Which is something that, unless I'm quoting someone else, I don't say. I can't believe it. Oh, he did Reels eye tracker. Oh my god, he did it because he said he was going to after he used mine. I'm so happy that he did. Your comment about trying to support your friend to Zoil was perfect. Wait, what was my comment? I don't remember. What was my comment? He's fine, and then some fish be like, no, he ain't. Average reels or I'll kill myself. It's so funny. It is so funny. Yeah, anyway, chat. Sorry, chat. Basically, Britain rules the world. Because global time is GMT, which is British time. So, we win. I have a feeling that some strange, certain specific kinds of Americans in certain specific places, not all Americans, love you Americans, shut up guys, I'm pretty certain that some people are going to start campaigning to change global time, what to PST or something. But that's the thing, if you wanted it to be American time, which one? Don't you guys have like 5 time zones or something silly? I'm American. Which time zone would you pick? Less than 3. Really? Because it's a 5-hour time difference from here to Toronto. I know that's not in the US, but like, whatever. It's vertical. From here to Toronto, it's a 5-hour difference. But from here to California, it's an 8-hour difference. Which is at least 4 different time zones. Is it? 5, 6, 7... But it's not 8 p.m. It's is it 3 or 4? God, it's late. Is it 3 or 4? Also, yeah, you gotta think about Alaska and Hawaii. Yeah, there's loads, man. It's 6 zones if you include Hawaii and Alaska. Well, there you go, man. You have so many. At least you don't have like half ones. That really stresses me out. I don't like that some places have half time zones where it's currently 6 o'clock. I don't like that at all. Because the thing about time zones that I enjoy is that at least the minutes are the same. That's why on my starting soon screen I put 5 past. Because it's not, I used to say, oh, live at 1 o'clock, but 1 o'clock is not 1 o'clock in loads of places, so I say 5 past the hour. But that's not even true. That's not even true for everyone. Don't love it. Don't love it. NL. New Orleans. North Lambodia. Blah. Wait, that's something else. NL. North Dakota. Netherlands. Netherlands, California. Netherlands, California. With it. Newfoundland, thank you. Newfoundland and Labrador. In Canada, not California. Thank you. Okay. Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Exactly. Suddenly I've lost all sense of time. Me too. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. But then again, I don't usually have any idea what's going on. Can we take a second to just appreciate this? This surprised me today. 73 downloads. Guys, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I mean, I don't want to help you do the maths on this, but that's so many. I get $3 per download. I was not expecting this many downloads. I'm so grateful to you guys. This is so nice. This goes towards giving food to my software engineer. I definitely didn't click download 3 times. No, you would never do that. You would never do that because that's you're scamming them. But you would never do that. It would be effective, but no one would ever do that. But holy fuck, that's like $8,000. Okay, I guess I don't have to worry about you guys doing maths. 27 of those are from Kleist. I'm gonna pretend I'm not hearing this. Okay, I'm gonna block my ears. Thank you so much. Perry gets $3. We get $0. Yes, but you get the joy and the beauty of having Opera GX. If you guys want to download Opera GX, ! Opera GX, I also have a panel in my about, and it gives me $3 if you download it, and it's free. So I'd really appreciate that. Of course, you never have to do any of these things, but that's really, really nice of you guys. I just want to say thank you, because that, like, jump scared me when I opened OBS this morning. By this morning, I mean 4 p.m. Download it or get shot. That's against TOS to threaten you with violence. Or I guess anyone. It's also, I guess, against the law, I think. That's crime. Which is definitely TOS. In Minecraft. In Minecraft. Even if I'm in the US, does the download still get you $3? Yes, it doesn't matter where you are. Any downloads get me $3. Specifically. I'm in Britain. I get $3, even though it's pounds. But that's, fine. The actual sovereign law. Sovereign. Can anyone make their own sovereign law? Or does sovereignty have its own set of rules? Like if you join a club. Lou Fon, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. And 88, thanks for the follow from before. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you for the leave, Raw. I don't want to get up. I'm so tired. I don't want to move. Oh, but Polo's here. I'm going to cuddle Polo. Hi. Your setup is trash. I want to see Polo. So aggressive. So aggressive. Oh, excuse me. I downloaded on my phone since that is what I'm on. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I've moved from the closet position. Yes. I've swapped closet for void. How dare you? Cupboard. Actually, it's a wardrobe. If I don't see Polo, I'm gonna cry. I can't make him come here. Because one, he doesn't like being picked up. So I can't like pick him up and bring him to you. And second, he is his own individual human being. Right? He's a person, just like you and I. He's his own individual human. And therefore, I can't make him do something he doesn't want to do. And currently, he's pretending to be asleep, but he's not. But currently, he's like smushed, like pancaked out on the bed. So I can't make him do something that he doesn't want to do, you know? So I am new here. Can I please get the Opera GX link? Oh my gosh. This is why he's an emo cat. Exactly. Cats do whatever they want, and we know Polo's a cat. Yeah. I have to stop calling him a cat, though, because he meowed once. No cap. He meowed, and it was alarming, so I stopped because I felt bad. All right. Courtesy of Grace again, although this topic deviates slightly from Grace's suggestion because I have another idea for a stream that would be better for your suggestion, so I'm going to leave, like, half of it until then. Like one that requires a lot of setup to do. So that's not today. But courtesy of Grace again, 2 streams in a row. Thank you so much. Today's topic is hallucinations. And actually, we all hallucinate constantly all the time. You're probably hallucinating right now. Right now. Crazy bitches. Is what it is. On realsies, though. And don't feel the need to share if you don't want to, because it's very personal. But put one in the chat if you do have hallucinations. Hallucinations in the classical sense, aka demon in the corner of your room, or you look at the walls and they move sometimes. Put a 1 in the chat if you're Halulu. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. Put a 3 in the chat if you're also a posh girl / boy and you Halulu. Because then you get a t-shirt. So many of us, so many. Let's go. Please go to the doctor. Thank you so much. 1 when I'm very tired, very common, and not necessarily indicative of an issue, except, you know, have a more consistent sleep schedule, but there it is. Super Sean, thanks for the follow, and Diamond, thanks for the follow too. We don't use that word, gamer acid snake, god damn it! I was once that sleep deprived that a pirate ship sailed out of my wall, like something from Scooby-Doo. Turtle on a beach, thanks for the follow, I appreciate you. You're not beating the allegations that you're not real, Perry, with this subject. Are those allegations? That's the first time I've heard that, to be honest. But I'm glad about that. Yeah, I'm glad about that. Hey, do you think hold on. Is Virtual live right now? Do you think he knows about the he probably does. He's not live. Do you think he knows about the thingy, the competition? The award show? I'm sure he does, because he's very, you know, with things and not like me. So he hasn't been live in weeks, feel like. Has it been a couple hours? You're suffering from virtual withdrawal. Has it been a couple hours? I feel like that's probably what it is. The palm tree. Love is a hallucination. No, it's a combination of various impacts from neurotransmitters and associations, but also a bond with an actual human being that goes both ways, which is very lovely and very nice, and also an emotion and a choice. So love is great and real. Hallucinations, well, it depends how you define real. Hallucinations are real in that they are happening to you and they result in you actually literally seeing stuff. It depends how you define real. For the purposes of this stream, we're going to use the word real to describe external sensory input. For example, this mug is real. My sensation of touching it, the cold, whatever that's called, whatever material this is, clay, I don't know, whatever, ceramic, thank you, yeah. My sensation of this is real. The external stimuli, so the cold, the touch, the hardness, is real. If I tasted it, that taste on my tongue is real. Me looking at it, seeing the shapes and the reflections and stuff, that is real. If I smell it, the smell of the coffee, that is a real sensory input. You get it, right? But if it was to be in my head, so there's nothing external happening, even if I'm hallucinating, even if I'm seeing the coffee mug, but there's no actual coffee mug there, we're saying that's not real. Even though the experience is. For the purposes of the stream, real is only exclusively external stimuli. Yes? How can mirror be real if our eyes are not real? Okay, a lot of assumptions made in that question. What do you mean our eyes aren't real? You mean we can't trust them because we're hallucinating constantly and or, you know... optical illusions. We're going to do some optical illusions today. It's going to be fun. How can mirror be real if our eyes are not real? Wait, this is a reference? That was a Jaden Smith type meme. It's a Jaden Smith. Oh, I feel bad mocking Jaden Smith because he's a baby. I don't know how old he is now, but he was a child when a lot of this stuff was said. And I feel like it's pretty hard being in the public eye when you're a child. You shouldn't be in the public eye when you're a child. Not that I'm judging Will Smith and Nora Smith or whatever her name is. Nora Smith is someone else. Not that I'm judging them as parents, but you shouldn't put your kids in the public eye. Okay, you shouldn't do that. That's bad for their development. Thank you so much. Bad parents. Not necessarily bad parents in general. I'm sure they have their good traits. Don't do that. Unfortunately now, as a consequence, Jaden is mocked his entire life, what with memes. They're very funny. I am going to Google it and watch this later. But he was a child, you know? We've all said stupid shit. It just wasn't on the internet, probably. Hi, Teddy, what's up? How are you doing? Am I having a philosophy lesson? Psychology. And neuroscience. A little bit of neuroscience today. I don't think anyone actually mocks him for that. It was just a funny series of tweets. Oh, okay. But it's hard on people growing up. Yeah, you shouldn't have kids on social media. Shouldn't do that. Please tell me I'm hallucinating with the stream title being at the top. I know! It's the new UI, right? Everyone hates it. I haven't seen it myself personally, but everyone hates it. Rip. I think it's probably just because it's new. I would guess. I think we just don't like things that are unfamiliar to us. How do people get the new UI? Probably have to update, I would imagine. I'm so interested to see what the other idea from this is. Oh, yeah. Isolation. Dream studies. But I can't do that in this dream, unfortunately. It's a chat. Is Polo hallucination or just Barry? I'm not real. But I am something else. Clean up. I'm hungry. Can you get me food? If you get me food, I'll fill up the water bottle before bed. If you get me food, I won't be mean to you for an entire stream. Yes, this sounds like a good deal. He's thinking about it. If you get me food, I'll call you pretty 3 times. Starting now. You're so pretty. Look at you go. And you're such a lovely person. The sort of person that would get someone food if they were hungry. Could you please? Everyone's watching and judging you. No. Carrot and steak. Just I was going carrot, but I added steak. My bad. I also want to point out the fact that you said you would before stream. I can almost hear the key turning in the lock to his cage. Hey, I said T kerning. What's that? What's that called? That mistake in speaking. T kerning. It's a spoonerism. Word of the stream. Let's go. That's what that's called. There, Bapudo-spism, if you will. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Oh my God, are you doing it? That's so nice of you. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. It's the word of the stream, every single stream. Yeah, spoonerism. And amygdala, we're gonna mention amygdala today. Of course we are. You're such a troll. You're such a troll. I'm not a troll. I'm a lovely human being. Almonds, Cleedon will be saved by Neo. Neo, like from the Matrix. Interesting. Okay, so hallucinations, right? When we talk about hallucinations, we usually think about things like demons. We either think about things like demons, what in conditions like schizophrenia or something like that, which in my opinion needs a rebrand, but here we are. Or we think about seeing a bunch of weird wavy shapes and colors and stuff if you're high on acid or whatever it is, right? That's usually what we think of when we think of hallucinations. But there are so many, they're in the walls, exactly. That would, maybe, if you're not actually seeing or hearing anything, you just think they're in the walls, then that might be a delusion, which does come under the bracket of psychosis and is also a symptom of schizophrenia. But it's not a hallucination. Hi, Tram, what's up? I was thinking about this the other day. Everything we see is light and we don't actually see the real world. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? How do we trust our eyes? Fun thing. We can't. We can't. Everything we're seeing is probably an optical illusion. Something that, well, I don't know. But something that happens all the time is our brain fills things in, right? Our brain fills shit in all the time. It's called predictive coding, I want to say. Oh my God, it is. I got it right. Predictive coding. Basically, our brain just fills in the gaps to figure out what's up. I get you bread, yes? What am I, a duck? You actually shouldn't feed ducks bread. You can get me bread. Thank you. Whatever it is, I'm super grateful. Thank you so much. Yeah, like mental autocomplete. I love that. I love that. That's literally what it is. Case in point, I'm going to make you hallucinate right now. Okay? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make you hallucinate right this second. All right, come here. And it's crazy easy, actually. So, I just want you to stare at the middle of this. That's it. Just stare at the middle. Flashbang, shut up. Stare at the middle of this, okay? Until I tell you to stop. Can it be full screen? Yes. Stare at the middle of this until I tell you to stop staring at the middle of this. Close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Stare at the middle. Okay, let's go. Okay, now in 3, 2, 1, I want you to look at anything that's still. Anything that's stationary. I usually look at a wall, but it doesn't really matter. 3, oops. No. 3, 2, 1. Whoa. Whoa. It doesn't last very long, but did you get it? Did you see it? Yeah? Trippy. Everything's so wavy. I'm going to explain why this works in a second. It's like I'm drunk in GTA. I know. And it doesn't really matter what the shape is, which is very interesting. Basically what happens here, and I'll play it again so you can try it again if it didn't quite work for you the first time. Stare at the middle, and then after a while of staring in the middle, look at something stationary around you in the real world. Okay, but basically what's happening here is as you look at this, there are certain neurons, right, that are looking for specific motion. So you see how these ones are going inwards and these ones are going outwards, right? It doesn't really matter what it is. The whole thing could be moving left, right? It doesn't really matter. But certain neurons in your brain are looking for specific motion and they pick up specific motion, right? If something is consistently moving in a consistent motion, so this one's like going right? If something is consistently moving in a specific motion, those neurons want to, they basically get accustomed to this and they calm the fuck down. They try to mediate, right? They're like, okay, look at your scenarios now. Look at your surroundings, okay? But basically, they get accustomed to it and they want to chill out. So the activity of those neurons drops completely, which means it's way less than the activity of the other ones, right? Let me draw this out. Okay. So let's say you have neuron A, which is moving down. Neuron A is picking up all the downwards motion. All right? That's neuron A. Neuron is a cell in your brain. And let's say there's neuron B, which is picking up all the upward motion. Now, you've been looking at something like a waterfall that's moving down loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. And so neuron A is like, there's a lot of down here. So I basically I'm getting fatigued. Your neuron A is getting tired. There's a lot of A happening. Okay, there's a lot of A, and your neurons that are picking up are like, oh, this is a lot of effort. So they get tired and tired and tired, and basically they wanna just sit down. Sad neuron A, too much downwards, tired now, which means that when it goes back to normal, and you're looking at something still now, and nothing's moving anymore, your neurons are still tired. And so neuron B, even though it's doing the same as it was before, it's not tired, it takes over. So if you look at something going down and down and down and down for ages, when you stop, this is tired, this is not, and so the world looks like it's moving up. Right? And it takes a second for your neurons to get their energy back. That's basically what happens. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Is that jam? I thought I wasn't allowed jam. This is the best day ever. I got addicted to jam for like a while. It was bad. It was like half a pot a day. Thank you so much. Bread and jam. I feel like a queen. Yeah. And it doesn't really matter what it is. So it can be a color. If you're exposed to a lot of red, the stuff that does red is like, which are the cones in your eyes, your photoreceptors. The stuff that does red, that picks up the red, gets tired. So the opposite one, the blue, is the one that's going once you stop looking at red. So the world looks blue. It's the opposite. If something is moving left, those left receptors get tired, so when you look away from it, it looks like the world is moving right. That's how that works. And so it's the same for everything. So let me show you spin. Okay, try this one. If the other one didn't work for you, maybe this one will. So I want you...
This video will make you see things. If you don't want to experience visual...
I want you to stare at the center again, just like last time. For like a while. I'm going to turn this off, actually. Okay. Then, in 3, 2, 1, look at something still. And now, interesting, notice how it's rotating, the world is rotating the other way, right? It's rotating the opposite way. This is spinning this way. But if you look at something stationary afterwards, the world is spinning this way. Because your neurons that are looking at this movement get tired. Whoa, I know. Okay. Let me give you another one. If that one didn't work for you either, maybe this one will. So, this is the same thing. Look at the center, okay? Look at the center. I feel like I'm being attacked by a squid. You are. It makes you guys feel ill? That's interesting. I'm sorry. Look away. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Look at something stationary. Doesn't it look like things are going in? Right? The opposite? How cool. How cool is that? And you can practice and you can... I know! How cool is that? And you can practice and you can look at these in your own times. If you Google... honestly, hallucination effect works, but they're called motion after effects. So it's the after effect of looking at something moving for a long time. The same thing moving for a long time. Right? How interesting is that? But, like I said, it's the same sort of thing. So with motion, it's about neurons. Different neurons are looking for different motions. And so the neurons get really tired. And yeah, the longer you stare at it, the stronger the effect, because they get more and more and more tired. So relatively, the ones that are looking for the opposite action feel stronger. And there's probably also some compensation happening as well. So the activity in the neurons that's otherwise, they're trying to make the world look normal. So you don't, hurl everywhere. All right. But the same thing happens with colors. So with colors, it's exactly the same principle, but it's a different part of your brain. So what in your eye hole, okay, this is going to be your eye. This is the front of your eye. See? Pupil. Shimmy. Pupil. Shimmy. Okay, that's your eyeball. Okay. And then this is the bit behind your eye. Okay, and then this is your, I guess your brain. Oh, sweet Jesus. This is your brain. Jesus Christ. Big eye. Big eye. Okay. You guys probably already know this, but just to recap. Yeah, side view. Exactly. You guys probably already know this. I'm sure you do. In your eye hole, you have photoreceptors, which is basically photo meaning light. They receive your light coming in. And so the photoreceptors you have... Wait, no, I want to save that for something else. The photoreceptors you have are rods. Okay. And then you've got cones. And cones come in 3 variants. They come in red. Okay. They come in green. I think this is right. Fact check me on this. And they come in blue. Now, that doesn't mean the cones are actually this color, but those are the lights that they're sensitive to, the colors that they're sensitive to. Right? So cones pick up color. Rods pick up dark and lightness, which is why you can't really see color when it's dark. You only really see, like, everything looks gray in the dark, even though your eyes adjust. You can't really see the colors of it because the cones are the ones that do the color, and they're not for light and dark. They don't really work in the dark. Right? And so basically there are some cones that are better at picking up the blue lights, some cones better at picking up the green lights, some cones are better at picking up the red lights. So it's the same principle as the motion, right? When you look at something red for a long time, and we're going to do this, when you look at something red for a long time, the red cones who are picking that up get tired. And so the opposite of red, the green, when you stop looking at it, take over and they feel better because they're not tired. So if you stare at red for a long time, things will look green, for example. But it's opposite colors, any opposite colors. So this one took me a few tries to actually see. You have to really focus and you have to really stare at it, okay? So I might turn the music off so we can really focus properly. But do as the man says. And I'll make it full screen again. Really focus. I might also get rid of my camera. And I'll do it a couple times because it was very, very tricky for me, at least, to be able to see this. But I might be an idiot. Anyway, let's go. Okay. Do as the man says. Wait, it's muted.
At the bottom will show when your time is up. Ready?
go.
Look at the circle.
All right, keep looking at the dot and
Stare,
go.
Stare at the dot.
What do you see? You can unfocus your eyes now. Blink a couple times to get your vision back to normal.
Did you see it? Did you guys see it? You want to try again? Okay, stare at the dot in the middle. Stare at the dot in the middle. And when it goes white, keep staring at the dot. Keep your eyes open.
All right, keep looking at the dot and go. What do you see? You can unfocus your eyes now. Blink a couple times to get...
Did you guys see it? So what you should have seen, what you should have seen is this portion. Wait, let me put me back on now. Hello. This portion is green. This portion is red. And this portion is white. So it's the opposite of these colors. If you only saw the dot, I'm sorry, you didn't see it. But you can keep trying. You can keep trying. I saw a blue dot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whoa. It was weird staring at the dot while hearing little crunches. Sorry, I'm eating a sandwich. I should have muted. I was trying to take away all of the sensory things. My bad. I feel like escalators are moving even when not working. NX, that's really interesting. We'll come back to that. That's called top-down processing. Okay, top-down processing is a lot of things, but that would be top-down processing. Basically, when your expectation controls what you see. But we'll come back to that. That's very cool and very important. If you start with the Italian flag, it becomes the fatigue colors one. Yes. He doesn't have the Italian flag full screen. I guess we could make our own though. Maybe. If you can be trusted to stare in the middle of it, we could probably make our own. And then I'll flick between that and a just white background. White background. And I'll make it all full screen. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Why is this so hard to see? Why is it so hard to find a white background? Hold on. Everyone keeps trying to charge me for it. It's a white square. Why are you charging me for it? Yum, yum, yum. Open image in new tab. Site can't be reached. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. So in this, I guess I'm gonna be the center that you should look at. Okay. You just look at me. Look at me. I'll try not to move because I think that might ruin it. All right. Wait, what? I need to put my sandwich down. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Look at me. I'm gonna smile at you. All right. Not egotistical. Oh no. Okay, and then I'm gonna flick between that and this when we're ready. Okay. Are you ready to stare? 3, 2, 1, go. And whoa, I see purple and blue. Whoa! Did you see it? Did you see it? So it's just the opposite colors. It goes both ways. That's so insane. I know. Did anyone else see a hamster? Are you bullying me? Uh-huh. For me, what's interesting for me is that is that I see it a little bit to begin with, and then if I keep my eyes open and I keep staring, it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. I don't know if anyone else experienced that, and I think because I'm still staring, it gets more tired. I don't know if that's true. Sorry if you're staring. That's right, I told you to. How cool is that? So you can test that with everything. And it's very, very, very interesting. And the vibe of it, the reason why, is exactly the same as the after emotion. So that's called after image. And the other one was called after motion. But it's just opposite colors, right? So if you look at negatives, y'all know what negatives are? Like when you take a picture. If you look at negatives, you can see the original picture. Same thing, because it's opposite colors. Okay, you wanna see this? Same thing, same thing, same thing. Here's another one, because I know you love it. Okay. Look at the green dot between Neil's eyes. Okay. Ready? This is Neil. Stare at the dot. Let's go. Y'all see Neil? Little cute black cat. You see original Neil? It's so neat. After image effect. Yes, it is. It is neat. Not really, no. That's okay. You can try this again. In your different time. But you get it. You get it. Little black cat. I saw him for 0.5 of a second and then he vanished because my eyes moved. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Original Neil looked kind of like my cat. Maybe it is your cat. Maybe that's what it is. All these optical illusions are hurting my tiny little thinkabox. I'm so sorry. I think we're done now. So that's okay. What's this called? This is called an after image effect. Hi, Marky. Thanks for the follow. And Ori, thanks for the follow. And Simon, thanks for the follow. And Midnight, and Niran, and Palmyra, and Snaz, thanks for the follows too. And Shaggy, and Dweeb, thank you guys. TwitchCon 2024, Rotterdam. Neil whispers to me, what? This is an image that you see, and why do I see weird things in after staring at the center? Okay. Let's see this. All right. Okay, everyone stare at the men. So something that was happening to me, oh shit. and now the world looks a little different for a second. Okay, so I think a few things are happening here. We're going to come back to a bunch of them. But what's happening for me, and I don't know if you guys are having the same experience, right? Is that this orange got less intense, but became super wide. It became super wide and took up all of the space, and these sort of shrunk back, right? And then also, these kind of made weird patterns a little bit. And then when I looked away, it looked like the world was moving inwards just slightly. Sure. Or did it look like it was moving outwards? I can't remember. There's a couple things happening. Here that would do this. So one is the fact that just like the cones I told you before, your brain is getting used to the orange color. So the orange is getting tired, which means the orange is starting to look less orange, right? At the same time, your brain is trying to, we like to ignore things in our peripherals so that we can focus. It's about attention. It's important for our brain to focus on the things that we're focusing on rather than focusing on the stuff that's not important. So if we're purposefully staring at this, then all of these little lines, and because they're only small anyway, they get ignored by our brain, which is why the orange expands and these shrink back because they're not as important. We can't really do it to these edge ones as much or as easily because they're bigger, right? Yes, it's the gravity of the sun. It's science. Exactly. And when I looked away, I saw the movement. And that's because my eyes were interpreting, because these lines look like, well, actually the black ones, they're getting smaller as they go towards the center. And so my brain interprets that as stuff moving towards. Oh, thank you, DM. Yes, Joro, sorry. Yes, your DM. I'll thank you. Yeah, so my brain is interpreting that. I didn't even see that it was. But my brain, it must have been interpreting that as motion. And like I said, and like we showed before, some neurons are specific for, or looking for specific motions, which means they get tired, which means when you look away, the opposite is what happens to the world, because the ones doing the opposite motion are not tired. So there's a bunch of stuff happening here. They all have different names, and we're going to come back to them. But, yes. What is unconscious what's unconscious manifestation? You keep saying system to me. What does that mean? Tell me more. What is unconscious manifestation? Could this be because of hypervigilance? Yeah, it could be if you have specific overactive various parts of your brain, or if your thalamus is a little bit fucked up, or if, yeah. Hallucinations in general are usually caused because a bunch of your parts of your brain are super hyperactive, and then a bunch of your parts of your brain are not working properly, etc., etc. We'll go into exactly what causes hallucinations in a bit. But yeah, maybe that could have different impacts on this. This makes my brain fidget. Yeah, me too. Absolutely. Did anyone else get the lines at the edges moving back and forth slightly? That's so interesting. Because it would. With the changes, if you have lots of repeated lines and they're changing, your brain tries to interpret that, and it usually imagines emotion. Actually, hypervigilance, probably because we're evolutionarily hypervigilant of things coming at us and dangers and animals that we should run away from. So we might try and interpret movement when there isn't much. That might be it. You have to use conscious power trying to move a desk. Do you mean like you have to consciously focus on it and expect it to change? I don't know if you necessarily have to expect it to change. I think this would work if you didn't, but you have to like actively focus. Yeah. Thanks to the Hydrate and Carazol. Thank you so much for the Prime. I really appreciate you. Thank you. That's me. I'm the dizzy person falling over. Oh no, I'm so sorry. If I unfocus my eyes while staring at it, I start to see weird circular lines in the lines. Weird, like magnetic fields or something. Ooh, interesting. Are they moving? Is that the movement aspect of it? That too difficult. I have absolutely no idea what you're saying to me. Okay. Active manifestation. What are you talking about? Use fuller sentences. For the love of God. Sorry. Use a full sentence. What with punctuation, if you don't mind. You got the magnetic field thing too. That's so interesting. I love it. The lines close in for you. That's so interesting. Don't try to move the desk. That's impossible. Instead, try to realize the truth. There is no desk. And there never was. Oh. Oh dear. Okay. Right. Yeah, and if you guys have any more interesting things like that. Whoa. That's live? Shit, that's so cool. What can I say to chat? We're working on a project. I can't say what it is, but Cleta made a breakthrough. Soon you'll see what it is. It's very cool and it's never been done before. World's first. It's very cool. Thank you, software engineer. Very cool. Really excited about it. Can't tell you about it yet, but he made a huge breakthrough just then and we're very excited. Let's go, Cleta! Woo! I don't have a full sentence DLC. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Okay, all right. So that's very, very interesting. Okay. So like in that one, lots of different things were happening. Here's another one where I know I said that was the last one, but I have one more. Here's another one where lots of different things are happening. So I'm going to show it to you first. It's very similar to the image you shared, Nelson, actually, which is really cool. This is called the purple chaser or the lilac chaser illusion. Very, very popular, very common illusion that people share. Just stare at the middle like normal. All of these stare at the middle. Oh, see you soon, Elle. Thanks for coming by. Oh, you're talking about telekinesis. Marshmallow, I would say it's time to go to the doctor, okay? I think it's doctor time. It's hard because that... Whoa, hey! No, I think go to the doctor. It's doctor time, please. Okay? You can't move desks with your mind. So, I'm sorry. Well, maybe you can. Listen, I don't claim to know everything. I think you should go to the... listen, if you think you can move desks with your mind, I think you should assume that something's going on with your brainsies rather than that's true. Like, it might be true, but don't assume that first. Do your due diligence. Rule out the other possibilities. It's what the Catholic Church do when they're trying to figure out if someone's possessed by a demon. Actually, genuinely, they send people to lots of psychologists to see if it's something like multiple personality disorder or delusional disorder or something first. Usually it is, or usually it's provably it is. And if there isn't any evidence that it's any of those things, then they do the exorcism. So if the Catholic Church are doing it, I think it's a good rule of thumb for everybody. Thank you. Have they ever found a demon? No, because... Whoa, hey, I don't know, but they're not real. Scientific method, exactly. You coded something to simulate... Wait, just now? Oh my god, Eco, what the hell? I coded a little something to simulate the Italian flag optical illusion. You can click to force the background to switch to white. You did? You coded this right now? I don't think I'm gonna click on it. I don't think I'm gonna click on it, but people in chat, it's really cool. You should go click on it. But thank you, that's so cool. That's really sick. Wow, I know, I'm sorry, I know. Work hard and update the progress. Yeah, you should do that with a therapist. Thank you. Okay, let's go. So this is the purple chaser illusion. Very, very common. Lots of things happening, lots of integrated processes, if you will. And let's go. Oh, the concentric circles one. Thank you. Okay, ready? Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna make it full screen again, I think. All right. Look at the cross. Tell me what happens. And it happens so quick, doesn't it? Like within about a split second, I see the green dot. There is no green dot. The green dot isn't real. They're just momentarily flickering on and off. There's no green dot. You're imagining the green dot. And it happens in a split second. And then the purple dots just start to disappear. Yeah, green is just like a purple. Exactly. And it happens so quick. Barry, I'm not going to click on it because I think it's malicious software, but go ahead, chat. Click that suspicious link. I don't think it's malicious software. I really, really don't. I've just been told not to do that. They're opposite on the color wheel. They're opposite exactly is what it is. Oh, I don't like that. No, thank you. I'm sorry, Lord Mannix. I'm sorry. How do we know the green isn't there? Because I pause. No green. See? No green. Thanks. You're welcome. No green. Just purple. Patricia's is colorblind. Oh, I'm sorry. There's motion ones too. Motion ones, absolutely the same concept. You can do that as well. Hi Mo, what's up? Welcome in. What if I'm colorblind and can only see green? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Motion ones. Motion After Effects is what they're called. Shadatory is just a website for coding shaders. It's safe. Oh, okay. Wait, let me find it again. Wait, I should post this first. Okay. Delivery disorder. I trust you. I lost it. We could hook the EEG to a motor. Once, see, I can see if I can move it with my mind. Yeah, Eco just coded this up in about 2 seconds. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Okay, so this is what it is. It's very, very, very cool. Wow. Wow. Okay. And then you can click it. It's green. You can full screen it and you can click it and it's white. So you can do the Italian flag thing. That's sick. Can I put this in Discord? So we have this forever. Hi, Sis Space, thanks for the follow. And thank you for the bits, Mo. I appreciate that. Dudley, thanks for the follow as well. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for coding this. That's super easy way of seeing it. I'll put it in psychology. Italian flag, color, after, image, after effects, illusion. Eco. Ecogun coded. Wow. Okay, cool. I get a depth effect where the cross is really close and the dots are really distant, along with the green dot thing. That is so interesting. I don't get that. That's fascinating. I love that for you. I also really like that all our brains are doing different things based on a bunch of different stuff, I would imagine. So we all have different brain structures. And we've also, practiced various different things and have different backgrounds, different careers and stuff like that. So different parts of our brain are connected differently. We have stronger bonds between places. Different parts of our brain are bigger and smaller than each other's. And we also have a bunch of different expectations if you're top-down processing and all of that stuff, right? So when you look at these illusions, sometimes you might not see immediately the exact same stuff as someone else, which is very, very cool. You can see the green dot even when I'm not looking at the cross. Yeah, even when I pause it, I get that. So like with this, I'm going to just flick to another in 5 seconds, another static image. And I can see the green dot for a split second in the space. Green dot gone. Green dot gone. That's so weird, right? What language is this? It's not Python. That's all I know. I've only coded in Python. She's now a programmer stream. Well, I didn't make this, so not really. It's not SQL. We can get there by it looks like C. You code in C. This is GLSL, OpenGL's shading language. Oh, it's specific for this? That's very interesting. It's Uncanny Valley Java. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, so interesting. There are other ways that you can trigger yourself into hallucinating, which is very, very, very fun. One way is drugs. I don't recommend that. We don't condone crime. Stay safe out there. But I'm not your mum. Do what you want. Okay, drugs, right? And I'll tell you why, actually. I'm going to talk about the process of having a hallucination, what hallucinations look like in a condition such as schizophrenia, and why specifically that happens. And then you'll see how all of that stuff is very, very common to, or very similar to what happens to your brain on LSD and stuff like that. Don't recommend that. Don't condone crime. Stay safe out there. Thank you so much. But that's just interesting from a psychological perspective. Something else that happens, but we're not going to do that today, is if you stare at your face in a mirror or something. I guess for me, what would work is if I did this, you know, and if I just stared at my face for a while. Oh! Can I tell you what I saw? And you can try this in a mirror or your camera on the screen as well, and tell me what you see if you do it. What I saw was basically my face got longer, and I started interpreting negative facial expressions. It's really scary. And then say Beetlejuice 3 times. It's really scary. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. My face started not looking really like my face, just very slightly uncanny valley. Probably if I said for a really long time, or if it was low light and I was tired or something like that, and I'll explain why, it would have been worse. But yeah, that was weird. That was weird. And I think the reason why I was interpreting negative facial expressions is because of social anxiety. I actually genuinely think that's what it is. Because I'm always paranoid about what other people are thinking about me. I think that's what it is. And so this is now, it stopped looking like me. It started looking like other person. And all of a sudden I was like oversensitive to their micro expressions. And I was like, what's that bitch thinking? She hates me. Yeah, it looks like it looks like I'm mean. And I think another reason why I'm doing that, like with the dot illusion. Oh shit, I didn't actually explain what that was. Sorry, I'll come back to it. But like with the dot illusion, I think what's happening is because I'm staring at this point in my nose, I'm staring right here, all the peripheral stuff, so my mouth specifically, because that's quite far away, further than my eyes, my mouth like disappears a little bit. Because my brain is trying to get rid of peripheral stuff because I'm focusing here. And I think what happens is, even though I'm smiling, it looks like my mouth moves down. And now I'm frowning at myself. This is like when you keep saying some words and they start sounding weird. Exactly. Exactly. How interesting is that? I love it. Why the long face? Thank you. It looked like you started holding your jaw differently partway through. Yeah, I feel like even if you're not looking at your own face, even if you're looking at someone else's face, that would still happen, because as long as you're focusing for a long time on a specific part of the screen, your brain will start to get rid of other things. And not just a screen, but a screen is good because it's a flat surface. But anywhere, your brain will start cancelling out and making other things around it disappear. Why do girls take so many selfies? Do they? Before you ask why, you have to establish that it's actually a thing. That's the starting point of science. Before you ask why something occurs, you have to establish that it is actually concretely a thing. Statistically, significantly, girls take more selfies than guys. And I'm pretty confident you haven't done that. Otherwise, it's a generalization and a waste of time. Hi, Night. What's up? How are you doing? Because if you take enough selfies, one's bound to be pretty. Yeah, when I do take a selfie, which I don't. When was the last time I took a selfie? I mean, I do going live videos, but that's like first try, and it's because I have to, and they're always incredibly awkward. I cannot remember the last time I took a selfie, but the last time I did, I think maybe I was like 14 or 15 or something. I took so many, because they were all awful. And if you like move around a lot and take loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads, one is bound to be good. None of them were, and I didn't end up posting any. Whoops. Selfies make me way too self-conscious. Yeah, me too. Me too. They shouldn't. You know, feel yourself. Nice to document how you look over time, I suppose. Some people really like doing it. But, yeah. I know lots of guys who take loads. I don't think it's, well, I haven't done the research. I don't know. Taking 60 selfies a second now. Can you imagine? I think that might be extreme. All right. So back to the purple chaser, because I never actually explained it. And this is kind of important for the rest of the stream. Back to the purple chaser illusion. Right? This one happens super quickly, and it happens, I think, unless you're colorblind, I'm sorry about that. You can do motion After Effects too, which is the same thing. Thank you for the bits, Beowulf. Yeah, so if you look at this, what happens almost immediately is you see a green dot in the space where the purple is, even though that's not real. And if you stare at the cross, these purple dots will start to disappear. Right? Isn't that cool? This is called the lilac chaser illusion. So you can have a look at this on your onesies if you'd like to as well. But there's lots of stuff happening here. So usually with the motion After Effects, it's the one thing that's happening. Probably lots. There's lots to everything, but it's mainly the one thing that's happening. The neurons that are moving or recording one particular or noticing one particular direction that get tired. So when you look away, it looks like the world is moving in the opposite direction. So that's also happening with the purple at the same time, right? So the cones in your brainsies, in your eyes, the cones which are detecting red and blue, they get tired immediately. They get tired. And then the green cone pops off. It doesn't necessarily pop off, but just relatively it's doing a bigger job. So as soon as the purple disappears, green. Because that's the last cone standing, right? Yeah, so that's what happens. Blue and red fatigues, so you see the green more. Similarly, you've also got the motion perception. So even though it's not going round, what's happening is that each of these purple dots are just blinking one after the other. Nothing's going around, it's just blinking. But you see a single green dot moving around and around and around. That's because your brain is filling in the dots. So that's predictive coding. Your brain is trying to make sense of what you're seeing. And we have an agency bias and a personification. I'm calling it a personification bias, but I don't know if that's what it's called. We like to see objects and items and specific things that move, like, I guess, like animals do, probably because of an evolutionary thing, right? We like to detect, or potentially we're hypervigilant to detecting something in the environment that could kill us. You see? So it makes more sense to us, or it's easier for our brain to put together that one thing is moving, then in turn each dot is blinking. Especially if you're seeing green, right? Interesting. At the same time, you've got the thing that I mentioned. It's called Troxler fading. That's the name of it. Troxler fading. So if you stare at one particular point, your brain likes to fuck off all the stuff in the peripheries because it's not as important and it's distracting you. So you stare at the cross and these purples start to disappear because they're peripheral, they're not important. Right? And then you've got crosstalk between all of these parts of your brain. So all of those things are happening in all of these different parts of your brain. And it's the communication between these parts that are making the whole thing come together. And that's important because the communication between these parts, and there's a particular part of your brain that does all of the sensory crosstalk, and that's called your thalamus. It's right in the middle between the hemispheres. Thalamus. That can get fucked up really easily. If you're falling asleep, waking up, have some mental health problems, have some brain damage, and that's why hallucinating. Alex, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. A Goval and Jab and Syspace, thank you for the follows as well. I was randomly moved to another channel. That's never happened. I must have angered a spirit. You were randomly moved to another channel? Tank, thank you for the follow. That's really weird. That's really interesting. Similar things happen with psychedelics. Yes. How interesting is that? Okay. Another way. Will the VOD of the stream be available? Yes, it will be on Twitch for 60 days. It's also on YouTube. It will be on YouTube forever on Pericardial Live. It just loads a different stream like you clicked on it. What? It happens on Twitch mobile all the time. That's so weird. Please come back to me. Thank you for wanting the vodka. I really appreciate that. That makes me feel good. Can we take a look at scintillating grid illusions? Yes. Also, Grace sent me this. Spiral. Oh yeah, here's another motion illusion. Okay, look at the green dot. And now, look at something stationary. Whoa! That's so much stronger for me than the other ones. That's so much stronger. I want to do it again. Does anyone want to do it again? Ah! Hi, Traxy. Thanks for the, Trazzy, rather. Thanks for the follow. This is the strongest one yet. Yeah, oh my god, this is such a good one. Okay, let's do it again. And look away. What? That's so cool, and it lasts so long. Ah! You get visual distortions when you play Guitar Hero. Yes, because constant motion is happening, right? The little thingies are coming down, or towards you rather, right? So when you look away, it looks like things are going out. Exactly. Or end credits. Someone mentioned, I'm sorry, I read your comment and was going to read it out, but then forgot. But end credits, because they come down. So when you look, if you're staring at them, especially if you're staring in the middle, when you look away, it looks like something's going up. How interesting is that? Do you see orange lines shooting out from the center of this one? That's so cool because you're getting the green thing too. So your green cones are getting tired, so you're seeing orange. That's so interesting. Have they used similar techniques in animation? Probably. That would be cool. I'd watch that. This one happened to me while driving cross country. It's kind of concerning. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a little concerning. Yeah, like the road coming towards you, and so you imagine. So you start going. And what the point of this, and what's really interesting about this, is that these aren't just like random stuff that happens when you look at optical illusions. This is what the world looks like sometimes, depending on what it is. If you've taken hallucinogenics, psychedelics. And sometimes this happens a lot if your brain is fucked up, if you're hallucinating, if you have schizophrenia or other psychotic illnesses, or if you have bipolar disorder and other psychotic illnesses. This is sometimes what can happen, or if you're just really tired or really stressed out. This is what can happen. So these are the things, all of these random stuff that we're looking at. These are the things that happens when that's occurring. So we're like living we're seeing the hallucinations that other people do. For me, the green dot is a bit in front of the background. Oh yeah, interesting. Interesting. You know, I don't get the depth things. A few of you have mentioned for a few of these that you're seeing depth differences. I struggle with my depth perception, I think. Sleep deprivation made me hallucinate, yeah. Very common. Very, very, very common. I've written that down in my notes like 700 times. Have you seen the movie Paprika? No. No. What's it about? Are you a scientist? I have a master's in psychology. I don't know if that makes me a scientist. Oh, yes. Thank you. It was the inspiration for Inception, but it's animated. That sounds so fun. I'm going to write that down. That sounds really, really, really good. Paprika. Keep forgetting to watch it. Oh, you've heard of it? I'm a Scientologist. How dare you? Interesting. It looks good. Yeah, cocaine sometimes. Yeah, just anything weird that your brain is doing, basically. All right. So, there are other ways. Oh, wait. You told me something. I was like, oh, I'll remember. You said there was a particular kind of illusion that you wanted to grid. What did you guys want to grid illusion? Can I comment on synesthesia? I wrote something about synesthesia for this. Sensory crosstalk. So yeah, that can happen. I think I wrote about synesthesia in the context of the Ganzfeld effect, so we're going to talk about that in a little bit. We can't try it out today, unfortunately. You guys could at home, but it'll take a while. But the Ganzfeld effect or something like that. We're going to be talking about that, and I wrote down something about synesthesia for that. Basically, when you have sensory deprivation, well, we'll come back to this. When you have sensory deprivation, sometimes your thalamus and other parts of your brain that does all the communication parts gets a little bit fucked up. And so you have crosstalk between your different senses and different things that are noticing different things. And that can result in synesthesic hallucinations. So synesthesia is basically when you combine different senses. So you see sounds or you can taste a color or something. See sounds is a very common one. Or like something has a color that doesn't make any sense, if that makes sense. So my friend, stay safe out there, we don't condone crime. But when my friend was 16, he took a fuck ton of LSD. What's he like? He took a fuck ton of LSD. And he he said that he couldn't get out of the room. He wasn't scared about it, but he said he couldn't get out of the room because the music was in the way. They were playing like jazz or something. The music was in the way. And it was blocking the door. I hate it when that happens. Yeah, me too. So what was happening from the drug, it was fucking up his thalamus, creating sensory crosstalk, right? It was probably interrupting the connection as well from his senses, the optical and the auditory, or the visual and the auditory cortexes. It was smushing them together, and it was probably also interrupting their link to the front part of your brain, the PFC, which is the part that reasons and figures them out and puts them together. And so those parts of his brain were getting a little figgity fucked, and so he was like, having the hallucination, the synesthesic hallucination, that the music was there and it's in the way. I had a very similar experience. I never got any visual hallucinations, but when I tried to sleep, I had to turn the light back on because the darkness was deafeningly loud. We're going to talk about that. Sensory deprivation, and also, not just sensory deprivation, because actually that's probably not what happened. Falling asleep and waking up again. Very common times when people hallucinate, and it's completely normal, which means it could happen to you. A lot of people think that hallucinations are because you're mentally unwell with a psychotic illness or you're on drugs. That's not true. We're all hallucinating. Hashtag my title. We're all hallucinating. We hallucinate all the time. Sometimes it's incredibly normal, and we probably all have done at some point. But if you're having them a lot and they're bothering you, then go to the doctor, because it could also be like an issue, do you know what I mean? Copy addict, hello! Can you get them too tired? Like if I watch one of these motion things for an hour, you would think overusing would cause harm, like your muscles too much. That's a good question. I actually don't know. I'm gonna Google this. With motion after effect illusions, can you look at it too much? And does that cause problems? Google AI says no. Oh. Okay. Cool. Wait, it said other stuff. It'll always be temporary, it'll always be reversible, and it will always be short-lived no matter how long you stare at it. But it may last like a couple minutes if you do it for an hour or something. That's nice. No. Yay! It's harmless. Always. Although, I feel like you'd go insane if you did it for like a day. Harmless. I feel like after a certain point, you'd go absolutely mental. Also strain your eyes because you're staring at a screen. That sounds reductive, doesn't it? To be like, no, it's always harmless. I feel like, And it also might make you dizzy and nauseous and disorient you. It might also, yeah, if you suffer from migraines, photosensitivity, or epilepsy, then it can trigger something. So I guess it's not always harmless. But in general, I think it has diminishing returns. I think it's okay. Oh, you get superpowers. Might give you a headache. Yeah, maybe something like that, yeah. I wonder if you did it a lot, like a lot, you could strengthen a pathway enough to have lasting effects. Well, like for a week at a time. Every other week. My eyes are red. Have I got vampire eyes right now? I kind of do. Those are just my eyes. They're still brown. I know, yeah. Huh. I never noticed that. They're still brown. Yeah, little bit red. It's all the blood I've been drinking, guys. Can't hold me down. I'm vegetarian as a human. Big old blunt drinker as a vampire. What can I say? Matza, thanks so much for the 5 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Your background keeps changing. Full stop. I'm so sorry. The camera angle makes it look like your pupils are higher than they should be. All right, chat. Okay, it's time for me to put on another optical illusion because because you started focusing on me. Not being the mosquito fursona. My fursona is a mosquito, definitely, 100%. Rose toe chat, please don't. I can't take it. I'll start crying. Thank you for the hydrate. Spoonerism. I like the void better than the closet. You like the void? I'm gonna stick a plant in it. If that makes everyone feel better. I just haven't yet. Yeah. And then maybe I'll get more sponsorships and I can just litter the screen with them. Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsor me, hashtag please. The green would go nice with the purple. I think so too. I think it would be such a vibe. Is this the beginning of a cult? Maybe. Would you mind? Put a plant and the didgeridoo. Oh, my didgeridoo's in storage. Bring a plant and the didgeridoo and maybe a mirror. No. I can't put a mirror in. I can't put a mirror in because then you'll see how messy my desk is. Put all of the fan mail on the wall. I don't have a P.O. box and I for sure don't tell people my address because that would be crazy. So I don't get any fan mail. I could print out some emails. Except I don't read emails. I go to my manager. And then every now and then she'll send me one and be like, this crazy bitch. Please keep emails business related and monitor yourself for sanity, if that's cool. Before hitting send, consult with a physician. Sometimes. Thank you. Mirror might also expose Cleden's reflection. Yeah, and we've done really well with that. We've segmented the room in half, so this is like office, bedroom, and so Cledum can be in the room at the same time as me streaming. But if we put mirror, it gets more complicated. Just leave it all stream. Should we just leave it as the void? People say it's boring. Love that for you. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So, shall we talk about... Oh, yes. The other way. Now, I don't know if I'm going to try these because I think some of them are quite dangerous. They rely on you not having enough oxygen in your brain. And that feels like a bad thing. I also feel like if I try it, I'm inadvertently encouraging you guys to try it. And that might get me in trouble. So I'm just going to mention them and we might not actually do them. But there are some ways of triggering hallucinations by weird breathing methods. So we already tried on a different stream the Wim Hof method when we did it in an ice bath. But the Wim Hof breathing, right? There's a strange, very cold old man who takes you through it. The Wim Hof breathing thing is basically when you do cycles of super deep inhalation and then hold your breath for a long time.
Ready? Here we go. Round number 1.
Breathe with the bubble. I think we can try this. I think
Breathe
this
in.
is safe.
Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Just go with the flow of the breath. In, out. In, out. In, out. In, out. Into the belly, into the chest, and let go. Like a wave. Make it circular. Fully in and letting go.
Oh,
Just
like this.
keep on going.
Clean them.
No pause between inhalation and exhalation.
I'm dizzy. Please stop if you're dizzy. Or it's uncomfortable. Please
10
stop.
more. Fully in, let it go.
I don't like this.
5 more. Let's give it all we got.
Okay.
Last one. Fully in and let go. All right. 1 minute breath hold from now on. Be in this moment. Let the body do what the body is capable of doing. Be aware of your heartbeat. Slow it down and just be in this moment. Let that relaxation spread down to your toes, into your fingertips, to the base of your neck and head. You are almost there. Do you want to prolong your breath hold? Pause the video now and continue when you feel the urge to breathe. Okay, recovery breath in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in and hold for 15 seconds. Exhale in 3, 2, 1. Let it go. Round number 2.
What the fuck?
Back in.
Pretty proud of myself that I did it though. He's insane. What do you mean? Is everyone feeling okay? Please, if you feel any like uncomfortableness or dizziness or whatever, it's not worth it. Okay, please stop. He's mental and he keeps doing this for 10 minutes. What is it supposed to achieve? I have no idea. Write one if you're literally dead now, if you died during. It's not worth hitting the deck over this video. No, fuck this guy. 93 million views. Wow. Oh, okay. Anyway, this sort of thing, if you do it loads of times, it can make you hallucinate. Did you know this? It can also make you dizzy, lightheaded, and die, probably. So rip, I guess. But anyway, yeah. Anywho, you've gone 3 minutes without breathing, but it's very situational. 3 minutes is mental. That's mental. Okay. But a lot of this, because there's low oxygen in your brain, it basically makes some neurons underactive. And so other neurons start compensating for that. And if the neurons that compensate, so they keep going more and more active, are ones that are linked to your senses, so like your thalamus or your occipital lobe or your visual cortex or your auditory cortex or whatever it is, right? Your somatosensory cortex, blah, 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 blah. I'm just flexing. I know all these names now. If those are the parts that get more active, then you might start to hallucinate, or you might start to see shapes and colors and things like that. Or the world will move or something. Very, very, very interesting. Here's another one. Holotropic. Yes, that you mentioned that. Holotropic. Okay. Basically, this is deep, rapid breathing for 10 to 30 minutes. Again, please don't try this if you have any sort of breathing difficulties. Please, it's not worth dying over. If you feel any uncomfortableness or you feel like lightheaded and dizzy or just out of breath, then please stop. Also, if you die, I'll probably get cancelled, so that would be lame. Thank you. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Okay, holotropic. Holotropic breathwork. You like this one. You swear by this one. It works for you? Okay. I'll follow this. This makes... I like this man.
All right.
This man is sat shirtless on a mountainside, and I feel like I can trust him with my life. This is a good vibe. Okay. Thanks for the hydrate before we start. I'm asthmatic, so I'm sitting all this out. That's a good idea. I support that wholeheartedly. Thank you. Red, thanks for the follow. Yeah, he has long hair, so he must know stuff. I totally agree. He keeps all his wisdom in his hair. It's not even hair, chat. It's just really long neurons. All right, let's do it.
Let's begin to breathe in 3, 2, 1. Belly, chest. Good. Follow the rhythm. Follow my breath.
Look at his abs. Sorry. I'm not into guys, but I don't mean him. This is unpleasant. Y'all see that too?
We're halfway there. Keep on breathing. Belly, chest. Belly, chest. Out.
He's dancing like a snake. This is a long time. I'm bored. Watch me slither. Ooh. Ah. Sweat drip down my balls. All ye bitches crawl.
5,
We're almost done.
4, 3,
He just rolls backwards down the hill.
2. Last one fully in.
Oh wait, this is just the Wim Hof.
Squeeze everything.
This is the
Squeeze your
same
pelvic
thing, but
floor,
longer.
stretch your abdominals, send the energy up your spine.
This
up
is
your
the same
chronic
thing.
chi. Feel the
Scammed. This is exactly the same thing, except you hold it for 30 instead of a minute, and you're like, oh, holotropic breathing is better. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Surely, am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. Tell me why. Tell me. But this one has topless guys. Well, the other one had topless guys too, to be fair. So, it did. It did. There's a guy who's just always in an ice bath that does this stuff, yeah. Do you think he's on repeat and he's not actually doing this over and over again? Fraud, scammer. I think that's exactly what it is, Grace. I think it's controlled hyperventilation, which is not necessarily controlled, because I feel like if you start to hyperventilate, then the control goes out of window. Topless, you say, immediately goes off audio only mode. Help support the release of DMT. Isn't DMT what released when we die? Or like our brain thinks we're gonna die, I think. I'm not really confident about this. I would Google. Wait, you're getting visual halulus? I'm sorry. Am I? Well, that's the purpose of it, but it feels like that's a bad thing. I think this is a bad thing. I think don't do this. Actually, genuinely. We're investigating this in terms of science. Please don't do this if you're uncomfortable, have any breathing difficulties, or if you start like feeling dizzy and faint and blah, blah, blah. If you die, I get in trouble, and that would suck for me. Anyway, we have one more, okay? We have one more. This is called the Tummo Inner Fire breathing, and it's a Tibetan meditation technique. So we had this guy on a hill with like handpan music, but we're gonna go full Tibetan now. We're getting increasingly more white person spiritual. Let's go. Oh, look, it's an actual potentially Tibetan dude. Or do we want a white man in a forest? Which would you rather? White man in a forest or actual Tibetan guy? Don't try this at home. Okay, poll. We should poll it. Well, to be fair, the Tibetan dude. Oh no, there's a full one as well. Okay. Which would we prefer? Actual Tibetan dude for the Tibetan breathing tutorial, or white guy in a forest? Oh, and a beanie. Don't forget the beanie. Don't forget the beanie. The beanie is an important part of his identity, I imagine. Paulette. Does he have his top off? Nah, he's in a whole jumper. I don't think any of these guys have their tops off. Wait! Gold training with Tibetan monk, and there's a guy with his shirt off. This way we get both, chat. Wait, hold on. Wait. Third option, both. Okay. Repoll. We have new information now. Still the bear. I choose the bear. Hi, Ashes. I like this game. Oh my god, I'm actually a boss now. I have an employee. I've had contractors, aka my 2 editors, and then my management team. But now I have a legit full-time employee that doesn't really get paid, but they will. It's Cleedum. But I'm gonna pay him a salary from Pericario Limited. That's real. That's happening. So, it's an unpaid internship. He brings me coffee and jam toast. Oh my god, you do! You're an intern. This is just part of the job. Bringing me coffee and sandwiches. Bitch boy! Cleanum is not an employee. No, but like legitly he is though now. No, but like legitly. He's getting a salary from Pericario Limited. Now those things don't exist yet, but I need to call an accountant. Oh my god, does anyone know an accountant? Is anyone an accountant that could help me? When I'm getting paid, you will, but it's our money. We share a bank account, so. But you'll get paid from that, and I choose how much. for your pretty things that you can buy. Buy yourself something pretty. This is slavery. This is capitalism, actually. I specialize in small company formations. Were you good at your job? Sorry, you're in a band. I have to ask these questions. I'm just jealous. Sorry. Sorry. Yes. Okay, we talk. Let's talk then. Maybe. It's so rude. Shut up, Brett. It's slavery for extra steps. You're paying him from his own bank account. Our bank account. That's very cool, Drums. That's very cool. Can I pay you a salary from Pericario Limited? It's less than minimum wage. Been a while since the last Shut Up rant. Oh my god, I was just thinking that. It's been ages. I know. We get one every few streams. Excuse me. My lips are dry. I'm so excited for you guys. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Me too. Rick, thanks for the follow. All right, what did we decide? 60% of us say we want both. And this guy's shirtless, so you got a bonus thing. I totally agree. Totally agree. It's called the Inner Fire. They're in the snow.
Welcome.
God, what is wrong with this guy? This is the Wim Hof dude, no? Or is he just another white man with a man bun who's shirtless? I can't tell. They look the same. Is that racist? I'm not sure. I'm white. It's fine. It's fine. Listen. If we can reappropriate words, like women can use the S word and gay people can use the F word and black people can use the N word, then I can call, then I can say white people look the same. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I take it back before I get cancelled. I've just killed 7 people with these breathing methods and now I'm saying problematic things. This is my last stream, chat. Okay, all right, let's go. I take it back. He really blends into the background. He disappears when it snows. No, that's just fully racism now. That's just fully. That's not even. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm white. It's okay. It's not okay. All right. Anyway, I'm just reading out a message. It had nothing to do with me. Okay. Right, we got a Buddhist monk allegedly, and we've got a shirtless white man with a man bun, and they're sitting in the snow, and this is perfect. Okay. Now we're gonna visualize the inner fire. Oh. Wait, chat, this isn't the breathing. Chat, this isn't Tomo breathing. Repo! I'm glad we got to see it though. Just half's on a half screen. So, nothing lost, I suppose. Sorry. I wonder if he lost blood circulation in his legs or if they are just that white. It's cold, man. It's cold. He's probably just a bit pink. It's not his fault. Or he could be color grading. So, you don't know. All right, it looks like we're going for the actual Tibetan dude. Thank you so much for voting. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, this guy. All right.
The inner fire. What we call Dhammo is the very sacred or secret teaching of Tibetan tradition. But we have two kind of Dhammo, what you call the foundation of Dhammo or basic Dhammo, and we have advanced Dhammo. The foundation Dhammo is Dhammo of health. Yes, I say health, of course, happiness. The advanced Dhammo.
Can we do the advanced one? I feel like we're ready.
Spiritual purpose practitioners, higher spiritual practitioners, is one we learn this.
Red, thank you so much for the £4.16. That's so nice of you. Thank you. There's never any need to give me money. So please don't apologize that it wasn't much. There's no need. It's way more than ever expected. Thank you. I really love your content. I would have given way more if I could, but I'm poor. Rehabilitation in my country is way too expensive. Please don't apologize for that. Your content is so awesome, and you're a very positive person. Wish you the best. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Do Discord DMs bother me? They don't. Well, it depends what it is. They don't bother me, but I just might not read them. Because I get, look, listen, I'm not flexing. They sometimes get lost. Okay. But thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This community is the best. Isn't it just? Isn't it just? Thank you, so cool. That's so nice. Thank you for the bits, love. I appreciate you. Okay.
This basic, the foundation of the more, there no need much condition, you know, whoever want healthy body and whoever want happy mind, and that is enough condition to practice of foundation of the more. But of course, this advanced the more. Is I'm not sharing and teaching here and advanced the more.
He's not doing advanced today. He's only doing basic because he knows we're not ready.
It's not to sharing.
Okay, I'm skipping.
Therefore, our body is the water body.
Our body's water. Okay. Here we go.
One medicine of all problem.
Okay.
One healing practice of all kind of problem. Because of this fire.
Is he gonna do the breathing thing?
The source of all healing. And source of...
Okay, here he goes. Here's the breathing thing.
Okay.
All right, are we ready?
Now I show to complete the.
Timur, even inner fire breathing. What? Wait, I'm on 2 times speed. Wait. This is my exercise when I hit the bong. Thanks for the prime. Oh, I see what we're doing. Why does it click like that, dude? Are your arms okay? I get it. I get what's happening. Okay. So if you haven't figured out what's happening, you're not paying attention, first of all. If you haven't figured out what's happening, he's blocking one nostril at a time. He's deep breathing, and then at the end of the exhale, he's like pushing in his diaphragm, and then he's switching hands. And in all of this, he's doing some funky stuff as well. I'm trying to copy the funky stuff. Y'all better be copying. If you're at work right now, then that might be awkward. But y'all better be copying. It can't just be me, because that's embarrassing. Don't leave me out to dry here. I'm still ill and asthmatic. Yeah, okay, you don't do it. Oh, when I say y'all better be copying, unless you have any breathing problems, if you're feeling unwell, or if you start to feel dizzy and faint, it's not worth dying over. Although this one feels okay. This one feels more safe than the other one. Wait. I want to get in a better position. I love this. I'm a big fan of this. I really am. I want to... Wait, can you see? Very strong. I'm standing on a... Can you... Oh, jeez. Can't see my knees. It's gonna defeat the whole purpose of the video. Is there more to the? No, there's no more to this. We can angle down, or Cletum, I need a boost. Check me pillows. Check me that. No, that one. Thank you. Uppies. Yeah. I need a little booster seat is what I need. You have to push back a bit. Oh yeah, I could also have like just backed up it. Yeah. Yeah, I could have done that. Yeah, actually, I could have done that too. Okay. Well, I'll do both. All right. Okay. You can see knees. Splay. All right. And then if I... Opera. Oh, jeez. If I like... Okay. Ready? All right. Let's go. Ew, slush. Because my legs are open. You whore. Adject, thanks for the bits.
says, "What are you doing, Perry? Knees are supposed to cost extra."
Oh, that's my interpretation of Scooby-Doo, by the way. If you donate 420 bits, that's me in a Scooby-Doo voice. So... All right. Let's go from the beginning. I really like this.
The 9 breath exercise.
Wait, what? Oh God. He did break something in his arm. Bro needs a doctor. I feel like every time I do the thing, I feel like I'm like snotting everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Oh, we're going. I don't know. What the fuck? I don't know how he's doing this. You can't be serious with his extra moves. Listen, this is a very... Guys, don't... If you mock him, then you're racist. I think that's true. I will mock the arm breaking thing, though, in the middle. That's crazy. He's so sassy. He is. I've got to flay. I want to see him do the thing again.
Okay.
That was good shit.
Finish. Here's the 9 breath exercise.
I love this guy. guy's he's a legend. I love the fact that he finished and then he smiled and he was like, okay. What the fuck was happening in the middle though? I'm sorry, what is this? That's fine. Ah! What is that, buddy? But I like that. That was good. Yeah, I liked it too, David. That was good. I feel very calm. I'm not hallucinating. But basically, the reason why breathing methods like this can result in visual and spiritual hallucinations, and he did say the advanced version of this can bring you a greater spiritual connectivity. What is spiritual connectivity most of the time? What does it mean? Most of the time with rituals and breathing and dancing and drugs and stuff like that. What does spiritual connectivity usually mean? Halulus and delulus. Yes. Yes. I mean, whoa, hey, whoa, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not spiritual or religious in any sense of the word. You can call me a Debbie Downer, honestly. Thank you. Whoa. Oh, jeez. Excuse me. Boop. Too much. Boop. Too much. Perfect. Too little. Okay. You're not a fun sponge. I feel like I might be a fun sponge. Yeah, anywho. That's usually what happens. So a lot of spiritual, I'm out of breath now, Jesus. A lot of spiritual gatherings and stuff like that, and dances and things like that, where you're supposed to communicate with the dead and things like that. They involve taking psychedelics, or they involve dancing to really rhythmic music for a really long time, getting super tired. And they involve like breathing exercises that kind of fuck you up a little bit. And what happens when you run out of breath? You don't have a lot of oxygen to your brain, right? Obviously, it's called hypoxia, sorry. You die. And that is a very quick way to commune with the dead. Hard to check, thanks to the follow, and Sage, thanks to the follow too. Yeah. You get really low oxygen in your brain, which means you get underactivity in some neurons, and to compensate, other neurons in different places get hyperactive. And usually the parts that get hyperactive are in your visual cortex, occipital lobe, auditory cortex, and prefrontal cortex, which means those are the things that make you all like see colors and shapes and whatnot. Is everyone still alive after all this breathing stuff? You hear about the dancing plague? Yeah, we've done so many streams on it. It's weird. It's really weird. Yeah, you don't have a lot of oxygen in your brain, and that's what that happens. So to make up for that, different parts of your brain, like I said, get overactive, but also they start randomly firing, which is very interesting. Different neurons start just popping off randomly. So like I said, there's, for the sake of this stream, there's things that are real, so external stimuli. This mug is here. I'm feeling it. It's in my hand. Mug, right? So my neurons fire in response to me seeing those things. My brain is going, yep, mug. But if your neurons randomly fire, then in certain ways, it can start saying, mug? You know what I mean? Is that clear? If it just is random, your brain will be like, mug! When there's no mug there. Yes? And your brain has no idea. Yeah, it can't tell the difference. Absolutely. Hence hallucination. Can't tell the difference. If there was a demon in your room, it would look exactly the same as if you were hallucinating a demon being there, probably. You know? Okay. So, this can cause dizziness and lightheadedness, obviously, which can put you into a dreamlike state. So you also feel super floopy at the same time. And if you feel super floopy, then you're more inclined to imagine things that are super floopy, or like, you know, add that context to it there. And that's pretty much what's going on. Yeah. Interesting. So is that kind of like sleep paralysis demons? Same thing. Yeah, but that's more to do with different sleep things. So I'm gonna talk about different sleep hallucinations, I don't mean dreams. Kind of mean dreams. Not quite the same thing as dreams, but different sleep hallucinations. And that's more to do with that sleep paralysis demons, but could be the same thing, yeah. Sometimes in training I have had hypoxia, a lack of oxygen to the brain, either from being strangled or smothered, what the fuck, in combatives, or from really pushing hard with heavy gear on, and I started seeing spots and stars, and the world kind of became wavy. There you go. That's what that is. Yeah. Really weird stuff, and my decision making suffered hard for a moment. Your PFC clocked out. Yeah. Rip. That's probably bad for you. I would say that's probably a bad thing that happened. I'm sorry. Oh no. So the test for being alive is, do we have said mug in our hand? The test for hallucinating. But you can hallucinate having a mug in your hand, so no, I don't know. Not really. Not really. Okay, here's another one. This is something you can do at home. We're not going to do it today because there's like too much going on. But this is the Gansfield effect, right? So basically, the original experiment involves such. Cutting a ping pong ball in half. Bear with me. Sitting everything in a light room. Taping the ping pong balls to your eyes. So it's kind of like the light is all diffused and your world is just kind of red. And then playing light noise with headphones. So that you can only hear the white noise. Right? And I'm gonna show you. This guy did it.
The Gansfield effect says you can hallucinate using just a computer and a ping pong ball. So I decided to give it a go. Take the ball, cut it in half, and get a red screen video with a bunch of static sound into a dark room. Tape the ping pong ball halves over your eyes. This is actually really hard to do by yourself. When I started my trance, I quickly began seeing the visual changes that people talked about. Almost kind of like a lava lamp. But the thing is, my brain does this always because, well,
Quentin Hyde.
It seems we both got autism, haven't we?
It was quite relaxing. I almost fell asleep until I briefly felt like someone was watching me. Didn't love that. Overall, a fun experience. Try it out because...
Try it out because...
The Gansfield
effect says you can... Yeah, it loops, but it doesn't if it's a YouTube video. Anyway, it's meant to loop. You see, like other short form reels, it loops. you see, yeah, Gansfeld experiment or Gansfeld tests, and interesting. Lots of interesting things have come from this. So people have had lots of hallucinations. It can cause heightened imagination. So some people do it on purpose, so they have like better ideas and they think up stuff because it's more creative or something. I don't really know. And they have synesthesia. So they start like hearing colors and smelling sounds or something, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, I put this up here. And this is, I guess, what you play in your room. So if you put headphones on, play this in a completely dark room. And then put the ping pong balls over your eyes or something similar. Like paper, maybe. I was going to give it a go, but I feel like if we do it like this, it might never work. Or it will take us a long time. So here we go. What if I'm watching right now with ping pong balls? ping pong ball eyes. That's pretty weird. So there it is. Yeah. I think I would need an entire stream. I think you're right. I think it really would, which we should do. So people do this, like I say, to be creative and come up with different ideas. People do it to as part of meditation because it's really, relaxing. Some people do this because they want to hallucinate and because it's fun sometimes. And some people do this because they want to test their extrasensory perception and the telepathy. So extrasensory perception or ESP is basically like paranormal shit. Can I feel ghosts or something? You could say they're tripping balls. So I was like, for the stream, fully prepared to put this on a full screen. And then I made a thing for people who came in. But this isn't going to work. So let's like not do that probably. Probably. We're too zoomed out. But now I'm too high up. How did this happen? There we go. Cool. But now I feel too close. How did this happen? I didn't move the camera. Maya, that's a wild sentence. Maya, what did you say? Did y'all see the new Vatican anime girl mascot? No? What? Mascot. Lucy? Okay, can you look up Lucy Vatican mascot anime? Okay. Okay. This is, wow. This is weird. She will appear as the Vatican's mascot at the Expo 2025 in Osaka, Japan, where she will be used to promote the theme of beauty brings hope. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. I approve this message. That's so weird. It's Lucy. Luce. Every country should have an anime mascot. What do you think? What do you think the English one would be? United Kingdom anime mascot. Let's hope. Oh yeah, this guy. I see that. I support this. Mr. Wimpy, don't. Wait, who is this character? Because that's like all of them. It's just a blonde white boy. Hey, Cleedum, you're represented. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you staring at me, dead-eyed? I'm sorry. It's representation. You represent the United Kingdom. Let's go. I thought you'd be happy about this. Okay. All right. Cleedum's like, I don't get paid enough for this. Because he's English. Like, more English than me. See? Representation matters. I think blonde white men don't get enough represented. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, wait, who have we got here? What's the next country that we have? America. What would America anime mascot be? Oh, it's also a blonde white man. But a slightly happier one. Slightly happier. Less cold. No waistcoat. Norway. Oh, it's also a blonde white man. What? What is going on, chat? Mexico. Somehow it is still a blonde white man. Somehow. Brazil. Somehow. Surely not. Surely not. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Come on, man. Jesus Christ. Austria. We'll find a brunette one. At least. I'm done. I can't. I'm done with this. Or it's a kangaroo. Libya. Okay, surely. I will scream if this is also a blonde white man. I'm done. What? There's no... I'm done. That's Crimea. That's UK. Oh. Guess it just doesn't have one. Libya just doesn't have one. Sorry. check. I said that already, but thank you still. And Mao and Vervaticus, thanks for the follows, guys. Iceland? Yeah, I feel like if Iceland is a blonde guy, then I feel like that's fine. Okay, where do we get to? Yes, okay. Do we want to get sound effects? All right. So I'm going to now take you through what I believe is my favorite part of the stream. Beep, 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 beep. I'm going to take you part of my favorite part of the stream, the thing that I've been looking forward to doing. And this is what it is. And this is what it is. So, this is going to be a step-by-step what happens when you hallucinate. What happens in your brain and what happens in your body and stuff. Okay, so the first thing that happens for hallucinations, and this can be any kind of hallucination, really. Night before Christmas fun. Yeah, exactly. Marcoso and Birds, thanks for the follows. This is step by step what happens when you hallucinate. Okay, number one, there's some kind of trigger for it. There's a trigger, okay? Now, these triggers can be things like a lack of external input. So if you're put in like a sensory deprivation tank, that's a trigger. If you're overstimulated, so you're on drugs or you're like super tired, so you're fatigued, that's a trigger. If you have any sort of abnormal brain activity, like in epilepsy or migraines, or if you have, yeah, exactly, Debringer, or if you have a mental health condition, so imbalances of stuff like in schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, whatever, that's a trigger, right? And what happens there, I'm going to talk about visual hallucinations only, but the same thing applies to everything, really, just a different part of your brain. Visual hallucinations, what happens there is your visual cortex or your occipital lobe, both of them, becomes super overactive or it misfires. So like randomly misfires, right? Usually neurons react to stuff. So your brain is made up of 86 to 100 billion neurons, which are little cells. And the way that you communicate or speak or feel or think or do anything is your neurons throw chemicals at each other. And when the chemicals are thrown at each other, different electromagnetic activity, so electricity, runs around your brain and causes these little bumps and spikes. And because there's billions of them, basically your brain is buzzing with electricity activity constantly. When you have things like seizures and epilepsy or auras in migraines or disproportionate or weird neurotransmitters, which are the chemicals, right? When stuff like that happens, your electromagnetic activity goes a bit funky and crazy and doesn't really do what's properly happening. And usually your neurons work, and the reason they are throwing the chemicals because of actual stuff they need to do. So they're responding to things in the external world, so real stuff, or they're doing processes that are, I guess, normal and helpful and whatever, or they hope that it's helpful. But sometimes if there's misfires, so it's just randomly going off for no reason whatsoever, then it can create things that shouldn't be happening. Or if it's in the visual cortex or, in specific ways, it can make you think there's external stimuli where there isn't actually, hence hallucination. Okay, but step one, trigger. Sensory deprivation, lack of external input, overstimulation, drugs, fatigue, abnormal brain activity, epilepsy, migraines, mental health conditions. Visual cortex becomes overactive or misfires, right? 2, that means that your sensory input is reduced. And basically your brain misinterprets what's going on. Misinterprets. Your brain misinterprets what's going on. So when you have hyperactivity in your visual cortex or abnormal signaling from the misfiring, your brain goes, what is that? So it misinterprets it as more than it should be. And when that happens, a part of your brain called the thalamus, which is basically the sensory relay between different parts of your brain. Let me show you. There's a bit right in the smack bang middle of your brain. Right in the smack bang middle. So the thalamus is this part here. Right in the middle, goes through, basically connects hemispheres and stuff like that. What that part of your brain does is it connects all the senses together, really, and it allows for crosstalk between different parts. So it's really, 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 really important. And it's responsible for filtering external stimuli. So sounds, visual things, etc. It filters it and tells you what's important and what's not. Your prefrontal cortex also does that, but we'll come back to that. So there's something called neural noise. neural noise is basically what we talked about. When your neurons are hyperactive and they're picking up more than they should, or they're interpreting more than they should, or they're just randomly misfiring and making shit up, then what your thalamus is supposed to do is be like, this isn't real, GG. But your thalamus doesn't do that. And it allows a bunch of neural noise to pass through it, or it starts blocking out the real sensory data because it gets confused and thinks that's real and that's not. Right? Number 3, this means that it will perceive that random activity as actual images. Perceived images. So the neural noise, the random misfiring, gets sent through by the thalamus and sent to the prefrontal cortex and other places that interprets it, and you think that it's an actual image. So it puts that into actual visual information. So there are different parts of the visual cortex, such as the primary part, which does, it's primary, so it does simple patterns, lights, lines, things like that, shapes, whatever. And then you've got higher areas of the visual cortex, which, you know, puts all the shapes together or does faces and actual objects and stuff like that. So more complicated stuff. Thanks for the hydrate. Okay. So something happens. Something weird happens. Stuff starts getting hyperactive or misfiring. Brain lets that through and misinterprets it as like legit. And then that makes it, your brain think that it's an image and starts processing it as an actual image. Then your brain tries to make sense of that. What is this image? What does it mean? Why am I seeing it? Why would I be seeing it? You know, because that's crazy. If I just started having like random misfirings and my brain is like, frog. Or like green circles put together, I'd be like, why? Well, first of all, what do these green circles look like? It looks like a frog. Why would I be seeing a frog? What, should I be seeing a frog? Is there a frog in my room? Maybe I left the window open and maybe a frog jumped in. So it tries to make sense of it by predicting what it should be seeing based on your memories, based on your expectations. It's why you might see that, like someone mentioned right at the beginning of the stream, you might see an escalator moving. You might hallucinate an escalator moving even if it's not, because you expect it to be moving. Your brain is making sense of the misfiring that's going on in your head, right? And that's why if you see faces or if you see ghosts, it's usually familiar faces, people you recognize, people you might want to see, or imaginary scenes from your memory, or things that you've seen in movies. So a lot of the time, the things that people see are things that they have in their brain already. They have to, because it comes from your memory and context that your brain is imposing onto it. So it's like ghosts of your loved ones, demons in the corner, the devil, God. You see? Interesting. I didn't write down. Prediction. Your brain predicts what it's supposed to see and puts context on it. Number 5, it gets amplified. It gets amplified by your fears. Amplified. It gets amplified by your fears, your amygdala, your almonds, which is the emotion center in the brain, very close to the thalamus and stuff like that as well. It gets amplified by your fears, your anxieties, and your memories, and the context of what's going on. So your limbic system, very important for this. Fear. If your amygdala is overactive, the hallucination might be stronger and worse and more scary. If your limbic system is underactive, overactive, then you're going to be better at putting context on it, and you're going to be more certain of what you're seeing, basically. You're going to attribute more meaning to it. Our brains are constantly making predictions and filling in our perception, right? Right. That's how optical illusions work. We're just cutting corners all the time. Our brain is constantly just trying to make sense of what we're seeing. You see? Okay, so it gets amplified, and then finally it becomes the hallucination. So you become aware of it. So all of these are just happening in your brain. These are just going on internally in your brain. And then this is what you're aware of, right? Consciousness. So the hallucination then becomes real. You see the demon. You become aware that you're seeing a demon. And it doesn't look any different. Or if it's an auditory thing, it doesn't sound any different than something actually happening in real life. It looks exactly the same. If there was a demon in your corner, in the corner of the room, and you hallucinating a demon, it looks exactly the same. There's no way for your brain to tell it apart. So it's just like any other sensory experience, even though it's completely just generated by your brain inside of your head and nothing else, integrated into conscious awareness, and it's the parietal lobe and the DMN that does that. So the parietal lobe is the bit of your brain on top. That's where a lot of the parts of your brain are that do things like integrating the sensory awareness, so your thalamus, but then also it does a lot of self-referential thinking. So your idea of yourself, your imagination, the DMN is a part of like just various groups of brain bits that work together, the default mode network, and they basically do self-referential thought, self-awareness, imagination, stuff like that. So something happens, like a seizure, lack of external input, like in a sensory deprivation tank, drugs, being too tired, being too stressed, mental health conditions, so like chemical imbalances, something happens. Your brain misinterprets all of the misfiring and the hyperactive parts of your brain, like the visual cortex, which does the vision stuff, as something legitimate that it should be paying attention to, and it gets let through by the thalamus, which should be a filter. Then your brain starts thinking about what kind of image that would be. So it goes through and it starts trying to make sense of it, putting it into images. Then your brain tries to predict why you would be seeing that image and what is it actually, applying the context to it that would make sense for you. Then it gets amplified by any emotions that you might have, your amygdala, which could be overactive, your fear, your limbic system, which is context and all of that stuff. It puts it into something that makes sense, so you're sure of it, and then it becomes conscious. So you actually then start to see that thing. That's the process. There's probably loads of other stuff and other like parts that are missed, and this is a very simplified, very general version of it. And also there's probably exceptions and different kinds of hallucinations. This is just visual ones as well. So this doesn't always happen for all of them, I'm sure. But this is one layout, step by step, of what goes on when you hallucinate. Yay! Any questions? I just felt a demon tapping on the shoulder. Please send help. Oh, geez. I would ignore it. Or go to the doctor or both. Unless it's like an actual person. And then, I don't know, like, see what they want, I guess. Perry is a master in psychology, but isn't a licensed psychologist. I am not qualified to give advice. Absolutely. Thank you, Buran. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the hydrate. You can't say blonde white men reign supreme. You can't say that. We're not allowed to say that anymore. How do I know this isn't a hallucination? It's a very good question. Logic. I don't know. I'm not qualified to give advice. Doctors, logic, usually. So I have a friend who has schizophrenia. And I have a lot of friends that hallucinate constantly. For some reason, all of my friends are posh boys who hallucinate. A couple posh girls who hallucinate. But anyway. So, yeah. They say, or my friend who has schizophrenia says, that the way he figures out if something is real is by applying logic to it. So would there be... Are demons real? So there's no demon in my room. Why would there be a demon in my room? Oh, I'm hearing the voice of God and he says, tap my door 3 times, otherwise my dog is going to be killed. Why? That's a weird thing to say. That's you know, that's probably not real. You know? Oh, I'm hearing marching outside my window. I look outside my window. There's no marching. Okay, that sounds not real. You know? Yeah, stuff like that can be OCD and paranoia too. That's true. The whole door tap 3 times thing, yeah. Not the weirdest thing God said. So, like, logic is what it is. And sometimes it's more a matter of just ignoring it, and it doesn't matter if it's real or not, if that makes sense. Like, let's say you see a spider on your ceiling, and you're like, I don't think that spider's real. Doesn't really matter if it is. It's a spider. You can go and, like, vacuum it, I guess, and it'll either disappear or it won't, you know. So hashtag save the spiders. Don't vacuum them. Just put them outside. You can try to put it outside, and if it disappears when you touch it, then Wasn't real. Oh well. No skin off your back. You know, depends on the size of the spider. So true. One piece of advice that I would give, and thank you for reminding me of this, Al, don't kill anything. If you're seeing demons, don't kill them. Okay? Because you're probably not, and it's probably like the grandma that lives next door. And this has happened before a bunch of times. So just don't do that. Okay? Because you're probably not killing demons. You're probably killing people. So just don't attack anything as a rule. Go to a doctor. Yes. Demons are people too. Give the demons blankets and hot cocoa. That might freak them out, the humans. Don't fuck them either while we're at it. Because you're trying to create like a half demon baby and hope they have superpowers. Not a bad plan. I mean, consent is key, always. Please don't store grandma in the Hoover. Don't vacuum up grandma as well. Yes, just don't attack anything if you're seeing demons or whatever it is, because you're probably not. Go to a doctor, okay? Okay. Cool. So, like I mentioned before, I'll leave this. Like I mentioned before, there's a bunch of different ways of thinking about something. There's two ways, and it's usually both, that you hallucinate, or really that you think about anything, which is pretty cool. You've got top-down processing. Top-down. And bottom-up. And to be fair, there's probably more. I don't know. This is a simplified. Everything I do here is simplified, because there's not really any point of not, if that makes sense. What if my name is John Constantine? Then you're good. Don't attack anything for the plot. No, I totally agree. So top down and bottom up is literally what it sounds like. If you have top down processing, it means you start with the big thing, the bigger picture. So in terms of hallucinations, it's your expectation. I saw a horror movie the other day that involved Satan coming out of a chimney. Expectation. Right? And so in my head, I'm a bit spooked and might think, I keep thinking of Satan coming down a chimney, right? So I'm sitting there, having a hallucination, my little visual cortex is popping off, and I might expect to see Satan come down the chimney, so that's how my brain interprets it, and then I have a hallucination that Satan is coming down the chimney. So it starts with the big thing, and then uses the little things to justify it. Or you can have bottom up. So it starts with the misfiring, and builds that into shapes. And then from the shapes, applies context to it, like the previous pattern that I showed you. But sometimes this is a bigger part, so this overrides anything else. And sometimes the little things override the big thing, or decide the big thing. So I'm hallucinating something moving like this. And then my brain tries to make sense of this. So let's say I'm looking at the wall. This is a very common one with LSD. Let's say I'm looking at the wall and it looks like it's going like this. And the reason it looks like that is because my brain is getting all fucked in terms of perception. Usually we're very, very good. I've explained this on a previous stream, but I'll do it again. Usually we're very, very good at splitting up what we're doing, right? And what's the word? What we're doing and what we're looking at. We're very good at holding on to details and inferring the details, right? So let's say there's a Coke can in my hand, okay? I mean, there is. You're not hallucinating it. Let's say there's a Coke can in my hand and it's over here, right? I know how big this is. I can see how big it is. I can see the colors. I can see the shapes. Even if I move it around, the size of the can doesn't change. If I move it closer, I move it further away. If I took a snapshot of the image, it would be smaller and drew it out the further away it is. We know that. But in my head, the can itself remains the same size. You know, I don't think that the can is shrinking because I move it away, and therefore I don't perceive it that way, right? Now, something that happens with your body when you hold something, and if you ever done like POV cam, you see this a lot and it's really annoying. You breathe and you move. So let's hold the can, fixed distance away, and I'm breathing. Which means my hand is moving, and the can is actually moving up and down very slightly, as you can see. Now, we're very good at ignoring that, Or seeing is not important because our brain filters that information. It's not important, right? So when I look at this can, even though I am moving it, the can doesn't change. It doesn't change shape, it doesn't change size, it doesn't change color, it doesn't change. Even though it is moving in my perception, I ignore that. And for me, the can is still, and this is the can. Yes? But let's say your brain is fucked up because you took a fuck ton of LSD. You might not be so good at splitting up those senses. Like I said, the thalamus filters a lot of information. Let's say it's not very good at doing that right now, right? So when you look at a wall, and this is very, very common hallucination in drug taking. Let's say you're looking at the wall and you're breathing. But instead of acknowledging that you're breathing and realizing that the wall is moving because you're moving, it just looks like the wall is breathing. Very common, especially if there's like stuff on the ground, because when you look down, that rise is even more extreme. So if you look at like a towel on the bathroom floor, this is the one I hear about a lot, like towels or carpets or like rugs and stuff, they look like they're breathing, especially since rugs and towels look fluffy. Your brain applies that context to it. Oh, it's an animal, right? Especially. So when you're looking at it, it looks like this is breathing. It's alive, but actually no, you're the one breathing. There's really lots of other stuff why that's happening. It's a lot of visual processing as well. Like when we did those optical illusions and our neurons were getting tired. So we kept thinking that the world was moving one way because we stared at something for ages that moves the other way, right? I might re-show you that because it's like it's the point that I'm making. Let's use Grace's one because that was good. Oh, I've lost it. Oh well. Wait, let's just YouTube. Spiral. Spiral illusion. 1 hour. Oh, I found it. Okay, cool. Come here. Stare at the dot. Stare at the dot. And then 3, 2, 1, you're going to look at something stationary. 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Sorry, it's just so cool every single time. So that's called a motion after effect. Basically, there are specific, just to recap, there is, oh, thank you, Grace. Yeah, chat moves too. Yeah, absolutely. Anything stationary. A motion after effect. Basically, we have certain neurons, cells in our brain, that are looking for particular directions of motion. So one type of neuron is looking for left, one type of neuron is looking for right. And if you look at something that's doing that particular motion, then the neurons that pick that up get tired. They get tired and they're like, ugh. And so when you look away from it, they basically, because they're tired, they stop working as well. So when you look away from it, it's the opposite ones that start working, if that makes sense. Yes? Yes? So same sort of thing. Wait, what was I talking about before? Why did I mention this? Whoops. Same sort of thing, is it? Wait, no, I had a point. No. I gotta write things down as I go. Hi, Surreals. Nah, I think this is always gonna happen. I don't know if you can train your neurons. Maybe. What does it mean to the opposite ones? Okay. Wait. So some neurons, neuron A, is looking for upward motion. So it receives upward motions. Neuron B receives downward motions. If you look at something that's going up and up and up and up and up forever, so like credits on an end scene, right? The neurons that are looking for upward motion or taking upward motions get tired. And what happens when you get tired? You stop working as well. Ugh. You stop working as well. So these aren't working great. So the opposite ones, neuron B that's looking for a downward motion, when you stop looking at the upward motion, neuron B is still going fine. So it looks like it's going up. The world looks like it's going up for a minute until A gets its energy back. Same thing for spiral, same thing for colors. But those aren't neurons, those are cones in your eyes. Same thing for colors. If you look at red, the world would look green. You see? You just tire out our neurons through dominance. Can you train them? Maybe you can. I don't know. That sounds crazy to me. Light and dark. Yeah, absolutely. You are fake birth ejaculate. Thank you for the follow. What the fuck? Swiss Kenny and River and Oops and Garton. Thank you guys for the follows too. I appreciate you. Like when you doom scroll. Yes! Have you ever scrolled really fast on Instagram and then you look away from Instagram and the world is going... Yeah, it would be going down. That's so weird. Yeah. Or you like someone mentioned Guitar Hero. Stuff like that. End scene credits. Yeah. Okay. So the reason I mentioned this... Same thing. I don't remember. If anyone remembers what I was talking about before I went on to the thingy again, that would be great. But I don't remember. Oh well. That was just fun anyway. Cool. Where did we get to? Coke can? Breathing. You're breathing. Drugs? Drugs and seeing stuff breathe. Cause you go to the happy place. Cause yeah, I don't remember. But anyway. Yeah. Okay. So that's what happens. Drugs and breathing. Bottom up. You breathe. Anyway, okay, so there's some other types. There's some other. Thalamus processing getting squiffy. Yeah, because your thalamus is supposed to filter between different kinds of signals. Other parts of your brain do that too. So you're supposed to realize that you're the one breathing, not the carpet, but you don't because your brain is all messed up. If that, then yeah. Drugs, bottom up, yeah. Cool. I just joined and you said drugs 5 times in 3 seconds. Drugs! Can't live with him, can't live without him. I'm joking. Right. Now, a lot of you guys brought up falling asleep. So dreams and stuff. We're not going to do dreams so much. A lot of wrong science here. Can you tell me what is wrong? Because that's not helpful currently. What is wrong? Challenge me. Question me. Especially the neuroscience stuff, because I'm not a neuroscience expert. I'm not an expert, really. But neuroscience isn't my area. That's a strange take because they're fun. Are you guys talking about drugs? Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Do you know about the McCullough effect? I don't. We practice belief revision. Yes. We want to consolidate those cognitive dissonances by adapting and believing the evidence as opposed to digging our feet in. Very, very important. McCullough effect. McCullough effect is a visual illusion that produces long-lasting color after effects. I love that so much. So here's another one, the same thing as the spiral thing, right, that we saw before.
This is an example of the McCullough illusion.
I don't know what this is specifically, but I'm excited to find out.
Is related to after effect color illusions. But the McCullough effect is somewhat different in a rather subtle way. And one of the subtleties is that unlike after images, which take...
This can last for a long time. It can? I'm so down.
A few seconds. The color illusion
Weeks?
actually takes a fair amount of time. So I'm sorry, you're just going to have to bear with this video being about 5 minutes long. And even then, you might actually have to view it a couple times just to see the effect.
What?
So that's the way things go.
Buckle in, chat.
Well, since you have to watch this for 5 minutes, I'm going to see if I can explain to you what's going on with
I don't believe it.
I
don't believe it lasts that long.
So
I can't believe
that
it.
way you at least understand why it is you're seeing what it is that you're trying
After
to see.
effects aren't supposed to be very long.
So let's start with an after image effect. Now, after image effects are something where you would stare very intently at a pattern for a long period of time. So if you stare very intently at this pattern, you'll see green and black lines. And if you sort of look away for a moment at a, say, white background, like a white wall, what you'll see is an after image, and the after image will be white lines where there were black and red lines where there were green.
Because it's the opposite. Because your neurons get tired, or your cones or whatever.
White and green lines is the after image. Now, the McCullough effect is slightly different than the after image effect because you're going to have to stare at this pattern for a long period of time. You also notice the pattern's changing. And with the after image effect, what you're seeing are complementary colors. And the McCullough effect, you're also going to see complementary colors.
So what specifically is the McCullough effect compared to just color after effects then? Let's find out. Maybe it's specifically the stripes, and there's a reason for that. I've not heard of this before. McCullough effect is a color after effect that occurs after viewing two differently or blah, 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 blah. Oh, so you view two at once. So it shows you the vertical green and black, and then the other ones, and then back, and then back, and then back, and then back, and then back. And then it does it for ages. It does say it could last for even a week. What? But what is the effect? What actually is? What do you see? AI overviews assess. Yeah, they're not amazing. After viewing colored oriented patterns, you'll see a color after effect on black and white patterns. So you'll see colors. Okay. I'm down.
Now, complementary color comes about
So I
because
guess we're staring at this
made
then.
up of a mixture of all different colors of light. So white light has
It has already
red,
started.
green,
This is the
yellow, and
thingy, so
blue,
just
and
stare
all
at the middle.
kinds of different colors. Well, what happens if you stare persistently at a red image like this one is your brain says, there's something wrong. I shouldn't see a persistently red image, and it starts to subtract red out. So when you remove red from a white background, what you see is green. And the reason your brain does this is because there actually is a lot of stuff floating around in front of your eye, in front of all the rods and cones that actually receive visual information. So, for example, there are blood vessels that crisscross your eye right in front of the rods and cones. And so some of the rods and cones are actually looking not only at the world that we all see around us, but they're also looking at patterns of blood vessels.
Stare in the middle.
Patterns of blood vessels are persistent. They don't change all that much, and you don't really want to see them. So when your brain sees that there's a persistent pattern, it starts to remove it.
I'm seeing stripes when I close my eyes.
Actually, I should be a little bit more accurate here. What's really going on is that there are neurons inside your eye that do some simple visual processing. And you can argue, are these neurons part of your brain or not? Some people say, well, it's part of your neural system, so it is. Some people say it's part of your eye, so it isn't, but that's neither here nor there. It's part of the visual processing that goes on inside your body. And what these neurons do is they start to subtract out persistent colors. So if you're seeing a persistent color, a persistent bright and dark pattern, your brain starts to remove it, or the neurons in your eye start to remove it. Now, they do this very quickly, so they'll start to respond to this within a matter of seconds. However, the effect is very fleeting. So if you look at this pattern here where you see red lines and you look at the wall, you'll see an after image, but the after image only lasts for a few seconds.
It'll be green.
The McCullough effect, by comparison, is going to persist for quite a few minutes. Some people persist for hours, and some people it actually will persist for a few days.
We've not got long left. Just keep staring in the middle.
Been watching this effect here, and you're someone who's very susceptible to this effect, well, you may be seeing this for the next few days. Fortunately, the effect is fairly subtle, so it's not like I've permanently damaged your visual system or anything like that. It's just that you're going to see this slight after effect for a little while. So, what's going on with the McCullough effect? Well, here we're
what specifically is the after effect, though? That's my question.
Here we're associating red with vertical
lines.
Out. So whenever we see vertical lines, we're seeing a red image. When we see lines like this, they're sort of diagonally sloped upwards, we're seeing sort of a cyan, bluish cyan image. When we see horizontal lines, we're seeing green. And then when we see vertically downwards,
sure, so that's what it will always be.
Diagonally downwards,
not always.
slanted lines, we're seeing yellow.
For the next bit.
And what's happening in your brain, and this actually is in a higher center in your brain.
Are you still
this
staring?
is not happening in your eye. What's happening in your brain is that there are neural pathways that convey information like now I'm seeing horizontal lines, now I'm seeing vertical lines, and there's pathways that convey information about color. And we're now correlating two sets of pathways. So we're correlating, for example, the
How long left?
diagonal up and
Not long,
the
a minute.
cyan pathway. So whenever there's your diagonal up pathway is excited, so too is the cyan. Likewise, whenever you see horizontal lines, you're always seeing green. And these correlations, your brain starts to notice after a while. And it takes your brain longer than your eye, but your brain starts to notice these things, says, uh-oh, I must have a cross neural pathway. Now, one of the things your brain could try to do is it could try to actually find where the error in the pathway had occurred, and it could say, hey, well, I'm going to fix this. But rather than do that, it just says, okay, well, something's wrong somewhere, so why don't I start subtracting out these two effects?
My eyes are going fuzzy.
Whenever it sees horizontal, it's going to say, oh, horizontal and green have gotten mixed up. Well, let me remove green, and it's going to start.
Okay, I'm getting impatient. Do you want to call it?
Leaving red. So when you see horizontal lines in a moment.
Okay, I'm calling it. Right. All right. Let me find horizontal black and white line. Did it happen? Wait. I want to go quick just in case we've messed this up. Here. Y'all see any colors? No. I kind of see blue. But it should be green. But oh well. I think you have to do it longer than that. But that's the McCullough effect, which is interesting. It's interesting to me that there's one that would last ages. That's crazy to me. I did not think that was a thing. I'm very excited to learn about this. Hi, Tointer. You see spots on my wall now. My wall is void. So that's cool. My wall is totally void. Void wall. Welcome. Apparently it's incredibly dull. I'm going to stick a plant in it at some point. So bear with me. All right. Okay, so people mentioned sleep. So one of the times that you get a lot of hallucinations, and these are like the normal hallucinations that a lot of people get. But then again, if you're getting them a lot of the time, I would go, and they're bothering you, I would go and see someone. So mommy, thanks so much for the follow. And Def, thank you for the prime. Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of the normal hallucinations, hence my title, hashtag we're all hallucinating, are when you're falling asleep or waking up. So it's a transition between those things. And there's lots of reasons why. So we're going to start with waking up, because that's something that you guys mentioned, the sleep paralysis and the sleep paralysis demons, right? And we've talked about it before, so I can kind of run through it. But this is called hypo or hypno or whatever it is. Hypnopomic hallucinations. Hypnopomic. Okay? Interesting. And basically, this is when you're going from being in REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, so that's when you dream, REM sleep, to being awake. Night terrors are a really fun experience too. Yeah, so fun. Let's be see you soon. Thanks so much for coming by. Very, very interesting. Yes, REM sleep to being awake. Now, in REM sleep, you're dreaming. So parts of your brain are super, super active, including parts of your visual cortex and your DMN and blah, 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 your imagination. Parts of your brain are super, super active. And that's why you have dreams. Okay. So what can happen, very simply put, some parts of your brain are still super active. Some parts of your brain are still not active enough, even though you're now awake. So it's this transition period, right? So basically, when you're awake, your brain done do what your brain done does. It's awake brain. So different parts of your brain are now active, and different parts of your brain are now not as active as they were when you were asleep. Or they're just, let's say it's turned on, okay? And then your brain is incredibly different when you're asleep. Sleep. But maybe only half of your brain has woken up. I don't mean half as in a hemisphere, but like different parts of your brain has woken up, and the other half has not. Does that make sense? Like a dolphin. What? So some parts of your brain have woken up and some parts of your brain are lingering behind. So they're a little bit delayed to come join you. And what that means is even though you're awake, you still have an overactive visual cortex, or you still have an overactive DMN or something like that, right? So what can happen while you have sleep paralysis is the part of your brain that does what's called muscle atonia, which is basically you can't move. Because you don't move when you're asleep. You're like, well, you might do, but it's harder. Anyway, the part of your brain that does muscle atonia, stops you from moving, is still very much going. Or the process that causes that is still very much true. So you can't move. But the part of your brain that registers that you're awake and all of that other stuff is still up. So you're literally like sleep paralysis when you're waking up because of that transition part. The part of your brain that does muscle atonia is just lagging a bit behind until it becomes the wakeful part, right? Similarly, because you're still dreaming, so the part of your brain that's super active in the visual cortex, or the part of your brain that's active in a certain way, or whatever, because I don't know, it's all really different, or the part of your brain that's like super imaginative and referential and whatever, they're still going in the same way. So you're basically dreaming while being awake, hence the hallucinations. Now, the reason why you see sleep paralysis demons and they go together is because when you're paralyzed, it's that it's that bottom up processing again. So you can't move. The part of your brain that's still or makes you still is still active, right? And that's not completely accurate ways of saying that, but you know what I'm saying. The part of your brain that makes you still is still active. I think that's not accurate at all in my phrasing, but you get it. You get it. But yeah, basically you're trying to fill it in, right? Your brain is like, how come I can't move? Why can't I move? And because you're still basically REM sleeping, you're still basically dreaming, your brain tries to make sense of it. Therefore, there must be something sitting on me. There must be something holding me down. I'm in chains. There's a demon sitting on my chest. And that's why you start seeing that. You're adding context. And then bibbity-boppity, hallucination. Clancy whispers in my ear when that happens. Clancy is my sleep paralysis demon. What, like DJ Clancy? Like the CEO of Twitch? Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. And this is super normal. Happens to a lot of people. If it's happening too much and is really bothering you, then maybe see a doctor. There could be something else wrong or a way to help. But, yeah, here's a little TikTok about it. Ready? Thank you, Ethereum. She's transitioning to waking up and she's seeing patterns and colors and stuff. Look at her go. So that's not a sleep paralysis or a sleep paralysis demon, but it is a stop. It is a hallucination because she's transitioning. It is a hypnopomic hallucination. Isn't that fun? So one time, and I told you this story already, one time Cleedon woke up in the middle of the night, like bolt upright. He points to the corner of the room and he says, "Do you see that?" And then he passes out again. And I don't sleep for the rest of the fucking night. Because, oh my God. So he had a hypnopomic hallucination and he decided to make it my problem. He jumpstarts me, wakes me up, goes, "What is that?" in the corner of the room where it's super dark, and then goes, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like 3 a.m. and I cannot get back to sleep. It's the worst thing. Oh yeah, and then he totally forgot about it the next morning. Yeah, he fucks off back to sleep and I'm left awake. I know. That's a hypnopomic hallucination. And fuck you. Or he's sleepwalking, I don't know. But Jesus. I see dead people and then goes back to sleep. Jesus. Do you know what's fun about this though? Do you know what's fun? The comments. The comments on this are insane. So a lot of people think, even though in the short it tells you what's happening, it's a hypnopompic hallucination, it's saying what it is, it's connected to narcolepsy, all of this stuff, like it's telling you psychologically what is going on and explaining why in the real. It doesn't matter because people love it. Jared, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. Charles and chat, thank you. People are still commenting. Am I the only one who saw the orb? Related to ghosts, right? There's a thing that goes over the camera at some point. Guys, see the orb? You see the ghost? Yeah, the orb. You guys saw the ghost? You saw the orb? Okay, Bestie, but what about the person in the bathroom? And I watched this 3 times because I'm like, oh, is there a person? That's terrible. Is there a person in the bathroom? Imagine you posting this and then someone's like, but there's a man in your walls. You'd never sleep again. You'd have to sell the house. And this person is like, I can see the patterns that she's seeing. A lot of people need to go to the doctor in these comments. I'm just going to go ahead and say that for free. I also have schizophrenia. Also, what is that hat you wear? What? There's a person in the bathroom sitting down on the toilet looking like they're hiding. I think that's a cupboard. I think that's a closet. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? Does it look like masses of tiny particles? You can't see her patterns. Oh my gosh. Oh, this person also has it. Go off, Sasha. I do this to my boyfriend. Woke up screaming about how the cat shit all over the bed and it's on my hands. There was no cat. Oh my god, I had this like hypnopomic hallucination when I was a kid, and it was basically this massive bright blue spider in my bed. But I was a kid, so I didn't know what it was, and I thought it was real, and I had to sleep in my parents' bed for the next week. Like I ran into their room and was like, "There's a massive spider in my bed. I'm gonna die. Please help me. Please help." And they didn't come in. They were just like, no, there isn't. Go back to bed. And I was like, no. Oh, but what's more likely, your brain being weird or creepy orb floating bathroom hider? Obviously the creepy orb floating bathroom hider. Have you not seen any horror movies? Obviously that's the truth. Not a misfiring in your brain. No. Because that would mean you're crazy. What if your doctor also suffers from the delulu? So, like, you go in to your doctor to say, I see patterns in the middle of the night, and she goes, oh, that's because God is telling you something. You have the sight. Oh, that would fuck me over, to be honest. That really would. Okay, here's another one. We've talked about this on stream too, but in a different context. Here's another one. So, that's waking up. So, from REM to wakefulness, right? There's another one called hypnagogic, which is the opposite, basically. You're going from being awake, whoops, to asleep. Sleep. You're a starseed. Oh no. Thank you for the hydrate. Same sort of thing. Now, interestingly, the hallucinations you have are different. So when you're going from REM sleep to being awake, the hallucinations are usually a little bit more complex. So you see people or things or objects or like patterns like that, or they're a bit more vivid. They're a bit more, if it's sounds, they're a bit more complete. So it's voices or it's like louder. Not always, but it can be louder. It can be more like ringing or more startling. Mikhail, thanks for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Imagine waking up to a wooden carving of E.T. in the middle of the night. That would be crazy. What? Has that happened? That's so specific. Has that happened? Oh no, oh no. But when you're going from being awake to being asleep, they tend to be a little bit milder. Not always, but a little bit more simple. So geometric patterns, it can still be voices, but they're more indistinct, or music or something like that. If you have tactile hallucinations, which is really common, the tactile, like feeling ones, in your somatosensory cortex instead of your visual one, right? Then it can feel like you're floating, or you're falling, or you're being touched by someone or something like that, right? And that's basically what happens when you're going the other way around. And it's the same sort of thing. It's because your brain is misfiring in different ways. So instead of different parts of your brain still being asleep and lagging behind, it's because different parts of your brain are transitioning too slowly to sleep. Disproportionately, unbalancedly. And so basically this happens because your visual and auditory cortex are lagging behind, and they're not falling asleep or waking up quick enough, and your amygdala could be popping off, so that's your fear and anxiety, and your thalamus, which, as I said, connects all your senses together, can be super disrupted. And it can get disrupted like that if you're sleep deprived, if you're stressed out, if you have irregular sleep, so your normal sleep patterns are getting disrupted, if you take a bunch of substances all the time, drugs, if you have various neurological conditions like narcolepsy. So narcolepsy is when you like just fall asleep randomly, I guess. That can disrupt your normal patterns. If you have migraines, that can disrupt your normal patterns because you get these auras, which is electrical activity kind of popping off in weird ways in weird places. It's called cortical spreading depression, which is interesting. And that disrupts your normal sensory processing. If you have epilepsy, that's because you get focal seizures. So again, electromagnetic waves running around the temporal, which is the underneath, which is your senses and memories and emotions and stuff like that. And your occipital, which is vision. Which can lead to lots of really complex hallucinations, right? So that's very interesting. So if you have any of those things and your sleep is basically fucked up, basically get a good night's sleep, okay? It's called sleep hygiene. Regular sleep, enough sleep, good sleep. Because if you don't, you might hallucinate sleep paralysis demons. And you might do that anyway, to be fair. Go to a doctor, maybe. Never! Okay. Oh, dear. Sleep is like a garbage collector. Imagine a city without garbage men. Don't want that. Sleep is important? Bars. Oh no. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So here's another one. Oh, actually. So you know how I said when you're going this way around, so awake to sleep, it's usually milder and more simple? Not necessarily. There's something called, and we talked about this on stream before, exploding head syndrome, which from the name, you can figure out is not necessarily mild. Basically what happens is you're falling asleep. Oh my god, Grace, that sounds horrifying. Oh, Grace. I remember having a very clear sleep paralysis demon where it seemed like it was coming into the room, and I didn't realize I'd fallen asleep but couldn't move, and I was so freaked out. Oh my god, that's horrifying. That's horrifying. I'm so sorry that's happened. I had dreams like that when I moved to a new place because stress. And I didn't recognize my surroundings as well, which caused a whole bunch of stuff. Usually when you move and go through like big stresses like that, that happens. But when I moved, on the first night sleeping there was no mold. This was at uni. Someone else cleaned the room. But I was lying in bed and I was asleep. And I thought I woke up because I was in the room. I thought I woke up, but I don't think I was. There was this like massive woman. I think it was based on that Slay the Spire character. You know, the poison lady, and she's all like, she's got this like, this awful skull mask on, and she's got all these poison things and covered in feathers and whatnot. She was like 7 foot tall, 8 foot tall, stood in my doorway. And I couldn't move, and I couldn't scream, and I couldn't do anything because I was asleep, and she was just there, coming towards me. And then I woke up. And then the door opened, and she was there again, coming towards me, and then I woke up. And then the door opened. And that happened like 7 times in a row. And every time I thought I was awake. until I eventually screamed. And then it kind of cut something off for me. It was the worst. It was the worst. It was a dream and a dream and a dream and a dream and a dream. It was terrible. I get those sometimes. Just these awful loops. Didn't Cleed also cosplay as a sleep paralysis demon as well? He charged you when you were sick or something. Oh, yes. I had a fever. I had a really bad fever, and it was late. We were getting ready to go to bed. I was sat down on the toilet, so I couldn't move. This is important information. I couldn't run away or anything. Had a fever. When you have a fever and you're super tired, you're more prone to being stressed out, being anxious. Your amygdala's probably, you know, doing something. You're more prone to hallucinate as well. Not that I was, but still. Your brain is basically tired, right? And he decides that's a great time to try out something he calls baby legs. So this is the layout of the house at the time. Bathroom. You can see through the door, which goes to the long kitchen, which goes to the long living room, all the way to the front door. So it's one big strip, and you can see the entirety of the house through this long strip, long corridor, right? And what he does, what baby legs is, let me draw you a picture. What baby legs is, here's Cleed. Okay. He basically wears a shirt, okay, a normal shirt, but he pulls it down so that it goes to his knees or below his knees. And then he pulls down his pants a little bit so that they're very, very short. And so it looks like he has really small legs. And he stands by the door and he sprints full speed at me. And it looks so real. He sprints full speed at me all the way from the other end of the corridor with tiny little legs. And I have a panic attack. Like I actually do. I actually have a panic attack. And he, instead of comforting me, he's like... He says, I can't believe it. He's laughing. He's pissing himself laughing because when he tells this story, he has to say, Perry had a panic attack because I did baby legs. Which is a very funny thing to say. I did baby legs and Perry had a panic attack. I had a fever. This is the context that he leaves out when he tells his story. I had a fever and it was late at night. And also the lights weren't working at the one end of the corridor, so he started in total darkness. He started in darkness and ran at me through full speed through the shadows. Hi, Patrick, thanks for the follow. It was the worst thing in the world. Yeah, she literally shit herself because I did baby legs and I couldn't move. But today he did. He brought me a jam sandwich, so it's evening. It's even, yeah. Yeah, anyway. Exploding head syndrome. Exploding head syndrome. Basically, same sort of thing. Some of your brain is falling asleep. Other parts of your brain are lagging behind. And sometimes, some parts of your brain that are lagging behind are like, oh shit, wait. We're not getting any input from this part of my brain anymore. These parts of my brain have shut down. We're not getting input. Oh my god, something must be wrong. Misfire. Go. And then parts of your brain, like your auditory cortex, specifically your auditory cortex, will start misfiring and triggering. And so you'll have an auditory hallucination, usually in the case of like a big bang or loud voices or a firework or something like that. Exploding head syndrome. So as you're falling asleep, your brain panics, because parts of your brain aren't really doing any input anymore because they're asleep, but the awake parts don't know that. And then it misfires, freaks out, bang. Auditory hallucination. How cool is that? And here's a thingy. These loud random voices I hear as I'm falling asleep.
If you hear a loud noise as you're transitioning into
sleep, you may have something called exploding head syndrome. This is not a real sound, as only you can hear this in your head, which means it's an auditory hallucination. It is
Tell me,
not
Dr.
fully
Man.
understood why this occurs, but the theory is there's a
Hi, Chris.
disruption between the transitioning of the different stages of sleep. Risk factors for those more likely to experience include anxiety, sleep deprivation, and those on medications, including Valium.
Why is this so
and
quiet? I know.
Good news is exploding head syndrome is harmless and usually does not require treatment. If it does persist or affects your sleep, it is recommended to see a sleep specialist.
Kind of like ironically, a short about exploding head syndrome was insanely quiet. He's trying to be sensitive. That's what it is. He's trying to be sensitive with his sound, his sound volume. Oh, my bad. It was on half sound. Oh, okay.
Let me know if you have something called.
No, it's still insanely quiet. Okay. I thought it was me for a second, but it's not. It's fine. Okay, finally, are you ready? My favorite part of the stream, I think. I know I said the other part was my favorite part of the stream, but I was lying. This is my favorite part of the stream, okay? Schizophrenia. Now, I'm talking about schizophrenia today, but there's lots of mental illnesses that are psychotic, right? So psychosis is an umbrella term for hallucinations and delusions. So basically just things that are going on in your brain that aren't necessarily real. There's no external stimuli for it. So hallucinations, as we talked about, I mean, you should know this by now because this has been the entire stream. But if you're just joining us, hallucinations are stuff that aren't real. There's no external input for it. So it's your brain misfiring or blah, 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 whatever it is, all of the stuff we talked about today. So it can be any sense. It can be visual, it can be auditory, it can be tactile, it can be touching, it can be taste, and it can be smell. Any of your senses, right? It can also be proprioception, so thinking things are further away than they are, or thinking your hand is bigger than it is, or something. Stuff like that. But yeah, there's lots of conditions. Oh, and a delusion, which also comes under psychosis. A delusion is thinking something that's not real. So I'm sent on a mission by God to do this, or the weather is out to get me, or something. Do you know what I mean? There is FBI agents hunting me down. I'm being gang-stalked, thinking something that's not real. But it doesn't necessarily involve a hallucination with any of your senses. So there's lots of mental health disorders that have psychosis as a symptom of them. Schizophrenia is the main one because it's the defining trait. But there's also schizoaffective disorder, which is kind of like a combination between schizophrenia and a mood disorder. And then there's bipolar disorder. For bipolar 1, to be diagnosed with bipolar 1, you have to have symptoms of psychosis. Moose, thanks for the follow, and Electromagnetic, thanks for the follow too. And that usually happens during the manic phase, the high energy manic phase. So there's also stuff like that. But today we're talking about schizophrenia because there's that's the main one that people think of, and it's the one that defines it. So important. So I'm gonna show you a schizophrenia sim. There's loads of them on the internet. They're all like varying in how good they are, really. Do we have any schizophrenics in chat? Don't feel the need to share if you don't want to. Any schizophrenics in chat, go crazy. Or anyone who has psychosis, actually. Or for any mental health disorder reason. Go crazy in the chat, but don't feel like you need to share. I have PTSD with psychotic features. I'm sorry about that. The intro to Hellblade did really well with the auditory part. Yes, it did. Maybe we played that. Yeah, it really, really did. It was really good. I've had psychosis in 2022. You should put that on a t-shirt. I'm sorry about that. Don't think you ever had. Good looking out for your mental health. Let's go. Okay, so here's one schizophrenia simulation. I find these quite hard to watch because it's like, it's just a man yelling at you, usually. But people in the comments say this is accurate. So if you have hallucinations or you have schizophrenia, then speak to your own thing. Before we watch this, actually, I'm just going to tell you some other symptoms of schizophrenia because it can be different. It's not just psychosis. It can be different. So usually if it's paranoid schizophrenia, which is the most common form, you have paranoia, right? A lot of the time you also have self-esteem issues and other parts of your brain tend to be more hyperactive, like your amygdala, fear and anxiety, hence the paranoia, right? And all of stuff like that. So you tend to be very, you tend to have a lot of low self-esteem. You tend to be very down on yourself. You tend to be very paranoid. You tend to be depressed and unmotivated a lot of the time. There are, like, we say positive and negative symptoms. So negative symptoms are like apathy, low energy, and positive are like the hallucinations. They're not positive as in yay, but they're like the higher energy ones, I guess. Yeah. So there's lots of stuff like that too. So here it goes. I'm gonna skip. So he thinks people are looking at him, and so he's seeing them look at him.
Eyes down. Looking at him.
Losing his
Looking
money.
down. He paid already.
Looking at you.
He should keep his eyes to himself.
What's happening? They're all looking at him. Yes, they are. They're all looking.
Something in the way. He's clumsy. Time 11. Hide away. Hide. Snap out of it.
And then again, it's like the feeling of people staring at you. To the point that you might actually hallucinate that they are. So some people have experiences where the TV starts talking to them. Like someone on the TV would be like, "What about you, Jeremy?" So that doesn't speak to your experience, Christian. What's it like for you? Because it's so different for everyone. A lot of people in the comments say that this is exactly what it's like. But of course, everyone's super, super different. And it might not be as... You had a dream like this. Oh, God. So scary. So scary. So upsetting, I guess. Not for Christian. Christian, what's it like for you? That's so interesting. Tell me more. If you don't mind. So streaming, but always. Creepy video. I know. There's another one that a lot of people say is good, but some people say it's too much. Like, it's just... ridiculous, or it paints it out to be stupider than it is. But I want to show you anyway, because I think there's a really good example of one specific symptom that I'm going to talk about a little bit. I didn't save it though. Schizophrenia. Schizophrenia simulation. Oh, there's someone called Lauren West who analyzes these. I haven't seen this. I don't know who this is, but that could be interesting. That could be an interesting watch. Because I don't know. I don't have schizophrenia, so I have no idea if these are accurate. That's why I'm so interested in seeing what other people would think. But, so this is the one that I was thinking of, the TV talking to them. This is the one that people say is... I'm not going to play this one, because I think this is the one that people say is, like, too much. Because he talks about the weather being out to get him, and I think... You can be very, very delulu like that, on the extreme side of it. But, like, being schizophrenic doesn't mean you're stupid. Do you know what I mean? That's a comment that I've had. Because I have a friend who's schizophrenic, and that's what he said. He watched this, and he was like, I'm not dumb. Which isn't fair for the people who do think stuff like that. You know? But, yeah. It just might not be relatable to him. That's a good point as well. But there's one specific... Oh, this one. This one. So I found this one really hard to watch because it's just like a man shouting at you. Not spoily. Disclaimer, I guess. Hi, Gladiator. There's just like a guy with a weird voice who's just yelling mean things at you for like a lot of this. And I'm like, But there's one specific thing that happens that I want to talk about. So I might skip forward a little bit up to that specific thing.
Don't go in there. Don't go in there.
Nobody cares about you.
Don't go in there.
Why do you even try? Why do you even bother?
See what I mean? It's a bit weird. It's like a badly done.
Listening to you.
You don't deserve happiness.
The wine bottles.
See, they're laughing.
She's looking at you.
They're laughing.
Everybody laughs at you.
Everybody's talking about you.
Go ahead.
Make you fat.
Get some ice cream.
You don't want that.
It'll
You
make
don't want that.
Fatter than you are.
So one thing I wanted to talk about that, as he goes in, there's a voice that says, don't go in. Don't go in there. Get some ice cream. Get some ice cream, fat boy. That's what you want, isn't it? So it's Hellblade IRL. Yeah, no, Hellblade was fantastic. I've heard. Again, I don't suffer from this, so I don't have first experience here. But the intro to Hellblade is like amazing for the same thing. So as he goes into the supermarket, he says, don't go in there, which is a paranoid thought. right? As you get out of bed or something like that, a voice might say to you, get up. And what's really interesting is the reason why that happens, and let me tell you the actual, before we play this, because it's a very good part of it. Let me find this. Yes, okay. So what can happen in people with schizophrenia is they have a really poor or completely disconnection between their prefrontal cortex and their all the other parts. So their DMN and their amygdala and stuff like that, or their PFC just isn't very good. So the prefrontal cortex, the front of the part of your brain, does your reasoning. It's your reality check, right? The logic of it all. And it's also just the reasoning of the sensory input that you're seeing. So like, is this not necessarily deciding if something is real, but deciding if something is important and what it actually is, right? And so a lot of people have disconnections between that part and other parts of their brain with schizophrenia, and sometimes it's just not very good, which basically what happens is they're not very good at the reality check, which means they have impaired reality testing, same sort of thing. So what can happen is you can have a thought yourself that's like, I should get up now. You know, we have thoughts like that. Hey, it's time to get up. It's time to get out of bed. Or you can feel really anxious and paranoid. You're like, should I go in the supermarket? It's so bright. Everyone's going to look at me. Right? But because you have these impaired reality testing, and then you also have all of these other signals happening, and you can't really determine between what's real and stuff, instead of knowing that you're thinking, you should get up now, instead it comes out as a command from someone else. Get up! Which is so interesting. It's too interesting. Did you say disconnect from between PFC and DMN? Oh yeah, sorry, no, that's wrong. Sorry, yeah. I just meant other parts of the brain. My bad, misspoke. It sounds like it's coming from someone else in your head. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It sounds like it's coming from someone else. A lot of people ask me what's the difference between an auditory hallucination, like hearing someone's voice, and what's the word? And just like imagining something or hearing your own inner monologue or something. Like sometimes you can have auditory hallucinations of music, but a lot of the time we have songs in our head, right? What's the difference? The difference is it sounds the same as it coming from outside. So you'll be able to tell, right? You can tell. Like listen to the music that's playing on the stream. And then not hum a song, but then imagine the song in your head. Like it sounds totally different. Like it's you can tell the difference, right? But for someone who's auditory hallucinating the song, it sounds the same as this. It sounds like this. And they can't tell the difference. That's what it is. You see? Sometimes it can sound like it's coming from a distance, like it's coming from downstairs or something. Yeah. I feel like I should be paying for this info. I'm not qualified to give advice, and I do my best to do a lot of research, but please do fact check me always, because I misspeak and I get things wrong. So I'm not gonna charge. I would never. I'm not able to charge for this. Oh my god, Goddess Iris, thank you so much for the 7 gifted. That's so nice. Thank you. That's so nice. Wow, Joel's in chat. That's so generous. Thank you. Okay, so the opening of Hellblade is meant to be really cool. Like really a good example of auditory hallucinations. Because it's basically externalizations of your own thoughts and paranoid fears and stuff like that.
Her story has already come to an end, but now...
Well, this is a narrative, so still, it's a game. You get it.
What's happening?
I put headphones on if I were you, if you want to hear it properly. It's like, there's a lot of panning.
He can feel her coming closer. She's getting... They're watching. This is a journey deep into darkness.
They're watching.
There will be no more stories after this one.
What is she doing? Why is she doing this? They're watching. Why isn't she coming? She's doing this for him.
Who's the witch?
He's already can feel you coming. I never told you of the others.
Isn't that interesting? So you can see that it's like her anxiety and her fear and her paranoia. I mean, given the context based, but like her anxiety and her fear and her paranoia just kind of exemplified in voices. And the interesting thing about her, so the other schizophrenic simulators, if you want to call them that, they have a variety of different voices. And that's true for a lot of people. Like, it will be a woman talking and a man and low voice and high voice and lots of different people. But for a lot of people, it's their own voice or a voice that's very similar to theirs, kind of like their inner monologue, right? A lot of the time people hear their inner monologue as their own voice. Sometimes people don't, and sometimes people don't have them at all. But for her, it's like people who sound like her. Different women, which is interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Also, sometimes people can have hallucinations that are nice. Not often. Because in schizophrenia, a lot of the time, like I said, you have low self-esteem, you have paranoia, you have overactive parts of your brain that contribute to these things. So often it's not very nice things. But every now and then, there will be a person who has nice auditory hallucinations. None of it is nice. All of it is a problem. Very distracting. Interrupts your relationships and your ability to work and function in your day-to-day life. But they'll be saying nice things to you. There was one woman who reported this, and she was like, yeah, she tells me really nice things. She'll be like, you're so pretty. You're doing so well. This is so great. But it's still an auditory hallucination. It's other people telling her in her head. How do I know I'm not hallucinating? I don't know. Can I hire someone to do that? What, follow you around and say nice things? I do that for you all the time. You're so lovely. You're so clever. What a clever boy you are. Sorry. It's like a dog. So wonderful. Oh. Polo's on the bed and being snuggled. He's so lovely, so fluffy. Polo is a dog. He's actually a dog. No, I don't mean plead him. You did promise him 3 compliments. 3 compliments! You... He's looking at me like this. You have many friends and people that enjoy your company, which is a testament to your likability and goodness as a human being. I was promised 3 compliments, not 3 lies. You have to let Polo out. He's trying to leave. You have to open the door for him because he can't do it himself because he's a dog. You have to make space. You have to make space for him so he can move, so he can leave. There you go. He's got things to do. He's got business plans. Paul says your jawline is exquisite. Paul has never seen your jawline. It's not bad, though. Anyway. Okay. It's a -1 compliment. Damn it, we're back to 0 again. Thanks for the hydrate. How do we know Perry isn't hallucinating now? No, don't do that. Don't do that. I never really know if I'm dreaming. I just kind of vibe. I just kind of assume that I'm not dreaming and carry on. And it works out. Anyway. So, people with schizophrenia. Now, they're not going to have all of these symptoms necessarily, and everyone is different, and people have the same symptoms, but completely different things happening in their brain, and blah, 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 blah. But here are some things that might be going on, and or the reason why people have schizophrenia and all of these symptoms, right? So, number 1, and this is also probably true for a lot of hallucinations, and also psychotic disorders like bipolar disorder and a schizoaffective disorder and blah, 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 as well. 1, imbalance in your neurotransmitters, your brain chemical. So you've got dopamine, which is the one that goes, it's reward, but it's also to do with a lot of perception, or it's involved in perception quite a lot. You've got your dopamines. And so if you have like dysregulation of dopamine, it can create heightened sensitivity to various stimuli, or it can kind of manifest false experiences, which is very interesting. And I didn't know this actually before today's stream. There's also another neurotransmitter called glutamate, and I think there's glutamate and there's GABA, and one of them like hypes up your neurons, and then one of them calms down your neurons, and I forget which one's which. Glutamate hypes up your neurons. Okay. It goes bam, bam, bam. GABA's inhibitory. Thank you, Grace. Yes, GABA's the one that smushes, and glutamate's the one that shushes. Okay, cool. So if you don't have enough glutamate, if it's underactive, then it can fuck up the communication between your neurons, because that's like mostly what it does. It hypes up and facilitates communication between different cells and different parts of your brain. So if you don't have enough of it, then the communication between different parts is not very good. So it's harder to process, it's harder to filter sensory information, and it's harder to like think about it properly. Yes? 2. Your brain bits. So parts of your brain can be hyperactive. So obviously your auditory visual cortex can be hyperactive, or parts of it can be hyperactive, which is causing like the visual and the auditory stuff, right? But your DMN, your default mode network, which is just a bunch of parts of your brain that work together, network, right? That can be overactive too. And the DMN does a lot of your internal thoughts, your memories, and things like that. And so that activity can basically, if it's super overactive, then that activity can kind of spill over into your like conscious perception of the world. So yeah, like hearing your own internal voice as an outside source might be because your DMN is popping off. And then you've also got your amygdala, which could be overactive, and that adds the emotional intensity to it, because your amygdala is your fear anxiety center. And then, like I mentioned before, if your PFC, your prefrontal cortex, is all like funky and not really communicating to other parts of your brain properly, then you're not very good at the reality checking, the reality testing of stuff. So you're not necessarily knowing if something is... Do you like this song? I just look over and Cleedum's going like this. No, I support you. I'm sorry. No, I ruined it. He was having fun and I ruined it. I'm sorry. Carry on. I'm sorry. I'm not looking at you. He deserves privacy, chat. Is Cleedum on LSD again? Potentially. So, yeah, you're not very good at determining what stuff is, basically. Okay. Now, slash bad. Brain bits bad. Now, you could also have a fucked up brain structure, or your brain structure is different. Structure. So they found with people with schizophrenia, they have reduced gray matter in certain part of the brain. So gray matter is like where all the neurons is. Is that right? Gray matter, white matter. Gray matter, white matter. Yeah, where all the neurons are. It's your brain. Whatever, it's your brain. It's your brain bits. But you have less of it, basically, or it's smaller. Reduced gray matter in certain parts, like the hippocampus. The thalamus, so the bit that puts all the senses together. The hippocampus is memory and consolidation of memory with emotion. And then your prefrontal cortex. Gray matter is around the neurons. Fuck. Gray matter is where information is processed and sensations are experienced. And white matter is where signals are transmitted between parts of the brain and spinal cord. Cool. Cell bodies and dendrites. Sick. So information processing and experience of sensations, which makes sense, right? There's less of that in certain parts of the brain, including the part where memory is, including the part where your like senses are all put together and there's filtering there, and including the part where your prefrontal cortex is doing all the reasoning and reality checking, right? They have less. They have less there. Which is interesting. Everything is disrupted there and things don't work as well, which is great. Particularly the thalamus, which is way smaller, way less functional. So it lets a lot of neural noise through and it misinterprets or just like randomly makes up its own signal. Then, and you guys are going to love this one. I think you've been waiting for this one, actually. Then, trauma. Trauma. Let's go. You know us so well. I really do. You've been waiting for trauma the entire time. So, guys, thank you for correcting me as we go. Actually, genuinely, neuroscience is not my area. I do research before stream, but I get things wrong sometimes. So please do correct me. We learn together. Thank you, thank you. There's no such thing as trauma. It's all in your head. Joel, please. Joel, please. Spoonerism. Yeah, no. Trauma. So, what can happen if you have a bunch of trauma is you basically get super spooked out by lots of things, and this one's fairly obvious. Your brain is oversensitive. Oversensitive. Perry, you're wrong, but I'm not sure what about yet though. But that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, just throw that in there as like a pre thing. Oversensitive to what's the word? To emotional cues. Internal emotional cues. So basically your sads get more sad. Your fears and anxieties get more upset, more fearful, more anxiety. You're sensitive, baby. You're like a little sensitive baby boy, is what can happen. Because you've been traumatized. That's okay. And because that happens, then it kind of makes everything else worse. Because I told you in the process of having hallucinations, it can be amplified by fears and anxieties and stuff like that. So if you're more inclined to do that anyway, then GG. Do you know what I mean? And it can contribute to the things like paranoia and paranoid schizophrenia and the types of auditory voices whispering in your ear and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I got. What do you think, Chatterinos? What do you think? Being anxious about everything but nothing specific, certainly not helping. Yeah, I don't think it would. I really don't think it would help, no. It's a very rough condition. It's more common than people think. Schizophrenia. It's way more common than people think. It's like, what is it, like 1.5% or something of the US population? I don't know, fact check me on that one. Something like that. Tough. 105%. 105% of the population has schizophrenia. Because those people hallucinate more people. At least 2 viewers of the stream have it. Oh dear. At least 2. At least, yeah, where are you? Where are you guys? Out yourselves. You don't need to do that, obviously. It's more common than you would think. Yeah. And I think it has such a massive stereotype around it. This is why I'm saying schizophrenia needs to be rebranded. Because in psychology and medicine, we rebrand everything all the time. So like sociopathy and psychopathy was rebranded to antisocial personality disorder. Manic depression was rebranded to bipolar disorder. All of these things to kind of take away, well, 2 reasons why you rebrand something is to make it more accurate. So ADD was rebranded to ADHD to include the hyperactivity. So it includes more types of symptoms and also relates to different portrayals and in different types of people. So like the manifestation of ADD in women, for example, comes more under the ADHD. Yeah. So, I think schizophrenia is another one that needs to be rebranded. Because people keep using the word schizo. And there's like Halloween costumes about it. And it's not nice. Snowy, thanks for the follow. And people are like scared of it. Like they see someone talking to themselves and they're like, he's gonna murder me. They're more likely to be victims of violence than violent perpetrators. But then again, stranger danger in general. So, you know. And he's a really long, really boring name. Yeah. Like, what would you name it? What would you name? Guys, if you can rename schizophrenia to make it more accurate and also nice, what would you name it? General Halulu disorder. Visual and auditory augmentation syndrome. That's really good. But it's not just visual and auditory though. It's all kinds and it's delusions too. Some people with schizophrenia don't hallucinate. Podcaster, oh dear. Hi V, what's up? Thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Cuckoo banana syndrome. Yeah, man, I think you cracked it. Yeah, I think that's what we should call it. I think yeah. I can't read AAS without thinking gaming as a service. Yeah, because GAAS. Reality misperception disorder. Oh, I like that. I like that, yeah. Do we all carry bits of these conditions and people with diagnoses only have some of them intensified? Yeah, I think everything is a spectrum. I think there, like, a lot of the symptoms, or maybe all symptoms, are a spectrum, and there's a realm of normal, depending on
says,
frequency.
Hopefully not scary, but seeing things, not theorism.
Thank you for the bits. That's a good idea. Yeah. There's a realm of normal for all of these things. Based on when it happens, why it happens, the frequency of how, like, often it happens, how intense it is. To be diagnosed with the condition, you have to have a specific set of symptoms or enough of the symptoms, and then to a specific intensity that it's disrupting your life. But you can have issues that aren't diagnosable that still need treatment. Just because something's normal doesn't mean it's not bothering you. But yeah. It needs to negatively impact your life in a certain way. Absolutely. Yeah. To be diagnosable. But again, it doesn't need to be diagnosable to yeah. 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 So that's, yeah. Do you see? Okay, this is tenuously linked. Let me explain this one. This one's tenuously linked, okay? But in this, he is saying that he's gonna do a bunch of drugs, right? He's gonna do a bunch of drugs so that he can hallucinate seeing a ghost. So this is linked. This is related, okay? This is linked. Guys, thank you so much for the stream today. If you like what you see, remember to follow. If you don't, do it anyway. Twitter for announcements, Instagram for pictures, and Discord for everything else. Go to TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, and I post regularly, so make sure to subscribe. And the next stream is tomorrow at 1 p.m. British time. That's GMT. Thank you guys so much. Spam that raid message. Be super nice to Maya. I had brunch with him this morning. It was really fun meeting him in person. He's great. And thank you guys so much. And that's the stream. Spam that raid message. And thank you. And vote for me for Nim's Christmas thingy! ! Vote. And that's the stream. This song is related, I swear to God. I swear. I swear. Wait. Wait, I'll skip to the part that is relevant. If I get high enough, if I get high enough, will I see you again? See, I told you it's relevant. The link is tenuous, but it's like there's right there. I fill my lungs every night, not long to wait. Thank you for the bits, Druid. And if I do this thing right, I dream of all